Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we are doing 2 contests today. The first contest we are doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So if you're here and you'd like to participate, make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are having right now is we will be doing a giveaway, and I will be gifting a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. And prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I am going to be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you're joining us across any of the other apps, you can also get on the list today. All you have to do is head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. First and foremost, though, how is everyone doing? How are we navigating this eclipse cycle? How are you feeling right now? So we're going to talk a bit about what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days, because, I got to tell you, there's something energetically about what we're experiencing right now. It feels very, the best way I can describe it is a bit like bottom of the barrel kind of energy. Now, why are we potentially feeling like this right now? So the way we keep on trying to explain this is the fact that when we go through eclipse cycles do not create something there that doesn't exist, right? It's not the feeling like the change that we often experience as we're navigating eclipse cycle. It doesn't necessarily change anything energetically. Eclipses are amplifiers. They raise the volume. And what we keep on recognizing is the fact that during this particular eclipse cycle, we entered it at what I like to kind of describe as a bit of a sour note. Why do we have that sour note energy? Because we've got 2 different retrogrades that are occurring right now. We've got the combination of the Venus in retrograde cycle as well as the Mercury retrograde cycle. So it's like, and what we keep on describing is the Venus in retrograde cycle is everything looks way worse than it should, right? Venus in retrograde cycles often distort our perception. And at the same time, we're going through that Mercury retrograde cycle. And the Mercury retrograde cycle often, and we kind of talk about this here. It's not the fact that Mercury retrogrades appear to break things, but by moving us out of our typical patterns, we often find breakthroughs, but it's helping us determine the difference between a groove and a rut, right? It's working through that context. And this is why often when we're going through Mercury retrograde cycles, we get very frustrated, and it's often misambiguated as the feeling like everything's breaking. Mercury's not here to break your toaster. Mercury's here to help you understand what you're doing because it works for you versus something that you get used to. That when we get too used to things, we sometimes don't recognize the ways that we can innovate. So there's a lot of work that we see that is occurring right now as it relates to the self. This is a very self-focused eclipse cycle. So if you're feeling, and the thing about it though, and I keep on having to articulate this, is there's a lot of that limitation point because we've got way too many planets in Aries. Now, Aries energy is beautiful. It is dynamic. It is tough. It wants to go, 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 go. But what does a lot of the pathwork of Aries have to work through? Aries often have to work through pathwork of resilience, patience, right? Moving into the sign work of Taurus, like like moving through a lot of that work and being able to build into that sense of determination, right? So that ability of kind of working through in that context, that sense of resiliency, what we're effectively experiencing right now is there's a lot of that feeling of energetic motivation, but you may start feeling a little bit of stagnancy as it relates to working through something or building into the pathwork of determination. Um, Everything I keep on seeing as it relates to this energetic frequency has to do with the fact that it is incubation energy, right? It allows for that context wherein we can think about new things. We can come into that space of recognizing new plans, new resolutions. But the indulgence point that we have to work through with this cycle that can be very challenging is feeling the sense of pressure, right? Working through the context of pressure and also working through the intensity point of feeling a lot of that sense of pressure that is focused on the self, right? So if you're feeling like that right now, if you're feeling, if you're working through a lot of those moments of experiencing points, and this can either be internal or external right now, feeling that sense of pressure as it relates to external validation, I want you to kind of regulate that right now with the sense of patience and compassion. Because, and I'm going to tell you right now, like it's kind of feeling like a lot of forced hermit lessons. It's kind of feeling like a lot of that quietude. So, what you want to effectively potentially avoid are situations where, you know, something is happening around you, but at the time of the Venus in retrograde cycle, the desire to over internalize something has never been higher. Okay, the idea or the feeling of wanting to over internalize, it feels like it's so easy because of a lot of that right, like the raising of the volume, as it were, of the distortion that is occurring right now. And so what you want to make sure that's happening is you don't like you don't overly internalize something and miss something that's happening in the bigger picture in the process. Now, this is having a different and so and that's why I keep on saying that the gift that we kind of had coming into this cycle, that Leo full moon energy, like it was kind of like a dress rehearsal for what we're experiencing now. Because what did we learn during that Venus and that during that Leo full moon cycle, right? Compassion. Like when we feel like we're at fault, when we feel like we're faulty, the ability to put compassion towards something, right? The ability to put love towards it. It allows for that flaw to become a facet. It allows for that ability to identify and recognize where the work begins. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, for masculine and feminine, I got to just tell you right now, for a lot of the energy and separation, if you're feeling like you're having a taffy pull moment, if you feel like you're being pulled in multiple directions, well, welcome to this eclipse cycle. Because the thing about it is not only are we going through an eclipse cycle, but there's a huge, like Neptune is transiting out of Pisces into Aries in the process of the eclipse cycle. And Neptune is very much responsible for the feeling of nostalgia that we often have towards things. Neptune is it's a lot of that emotional depth. It's a lot about recognizing the emotional space. Um, and at the time, and so I keep on seeing like there's a little bit of this like this irregular confluence that's happening where we got a lot of nostalgia forming at a time that perception feels like it may be distorted. Okay, so there may be a lot of that space in not having a clarity as it relates to forming nostalgia towards something that needs to be taken into a moment of clarity. Now, in this way, I feel like the Aries energy is helping. And simultaneously, a lot of that Virgo full moon that we're moving away from, because they have to say that when we see a lot of Virgo and Aries energy, the one thing that connects them is that point of identifying that feelings don't have anything to do with something, right? Not allowing for the clarity of perception to be blocked or obfuscated by means of emotion. But that's why I can see right now that there may be a lot of energetic conflict points that are happening right now in separation. or even across the frequencies to a certain extent. This might not necessarily be limited specifically to the energy and separation right now. Feeling like you're having a separate conversation with someone as it relates to talking about the depth or the enormity of what one feels, as it relates to what feels like it is effective or progressive, right? Because one of the big messages that we often have when it comes to working with the energy of Neptune is that one can have a lot of depth of emotion, but one can still move through it. You know, you have to kind of think about the ocean. The ocean moves. The ocean is deep, but it also transports. It also moves. There's also progress that we see as it relates to water. So that's why I keep on seeing that this is either a moment that feels very expansive as it relates to new energetic connections, or this could be articulating the closing point as it relates to some partnerships or connections, particularly in the realm, if these are situations where another was waiting for some sign of progress, and instead of being able to identify progress, another is just talking about the enormity of depth of feeling, right? I keep on hearing like Neptune's message for us right now is don't confuse depth for progress. Like the depth of something doesn't mean the movement of something. It's and again, fact that Gemini's and Jupiter says that you can have it both spaces. This is why we see that for a lot of the work that we're identifying at this time, that ability of recognizing and doing that work, that ability of being able to feel that sense of what feels like there's a lot of emotional intensity, but also having the clarity as it relates to where it's going. This is why a lot of these connections that are forming at this time in separate, like during this eclipse cycle, are like the articulation or like point of this is their chariot partnerships. They're partnerships that say to one another, as long as we feel the intensity of feeling and we share the same motivation as it relates to what we want to create for one another, um, nothing can effectively energetically stop us. And there's a lot of that work that I see that even though there's a lot of that feeling of moving slowly or starting to take, like there's not too much of an expedition point as it relates to some of these connections, because I see that some of these connections and separation are building towards one another very tentatively, specifically and particularly because they're potentially healing from circumstances or situations where the difficulty in the partnership was not due to a lack of emotion, but understanding the work that when we don't work to heal ourselves, the intensity of emotion that we feel often doesn't translate to love, but instead is fear. This is why we see that there's a little bit of this hesitation that's occurring, but there's something about navigating that hesitation with tenderness, healing intimacy wounds, that is the building of trust, that is articulating why these energetic connections are moving at the speed that we find them moving towards. So I like this because it's saying to me that those connections, they're not coming together quickly, but they're coming together patiently and with compassion and determination. Now, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, one of the things that we're recognizing and identifying has to do with circumstances or scenarios where, and again, this may be feeling a little uncomfortable for energy coming into divine union. Why are we seeing that for some of the energy right now coming into divine union? This may be feeling like some points of discomfiture, because we're identifying that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, being able to look back upon something and see something with a deeper degree of clarity, recognizing something that one couldn't see before. There's a lot of that work that we're identifying in relationality to feeling an expansion point, but it's also kind of pointing out the fact that when we're on a cycle of healing, it's continuous, right? We often come to a space of healing something only to recognize that there's something else there that we need to heal. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, that ability of recognizing and identifying, building nostalgia, as if you will, because I'm kind of telling you right now, the combination force of Neptune, Mercury, and Venus all jammed together right now. This is a nostalgia factory. So that ability of feeling nostalgic, that ability of being able to look back upon something, potentially even talking towards counterpart looking at a past version of self and saying, I wish I knew you at that time. And the energy saying, no, you don't. Like that's not me. Like understanding, I keep on hearing the paradox of nostalgia, how something can look beautiful, even though it was a difficult time. I keep on seeing that there's almost like this deeper degree of unpacking that's happening right now for energy coming into divine union, because through the pathwork of nostalgia, they're almost able to articulate and see how far they have come, but also recognizing and identifying the work that they continually or still have to do. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. And I think it's interesting too, because I'm still trying to get to the bottom of why I keep on seeing a lot of the Scorpio energy for the energy deep within divine union. But there's a lot of this energy that feels like they're on a mission of trying to find something, but it's not trying to find something outside of the self. It's trying to find something within the self. It's doing a lot of that work. I keep on seeing like unpeeling the layers to a certain extent to try to identify and work through that. And it's interesting too, because nostalgia has something to do with it too, because again, that ability of looking back upon the past version of self, right? And like I keep on seeing like it's almost it's interesting too, because it feels I need to describe this. It feels very much like a Capricorn message as well, because it's very much built upon sentimentality. It's very much built upon building sentiment around something. So I keep on seeing it's like there's a lot of conversations that may be coming through as it relates to understanding the meaning of something, not for what it is, but for what it represents, right? There's a lot of that path work that I see that's almost coming through right now. And I keep on seeing that there's a bit of an ineffable quality to that I keep on seeing that the energy deep within divine union is trying to articulate upon, to heal, and to continue to explore the deepening of correcting for a wound of intimacy, particularly as it relates to understanding the self and being able to communicate upon the self. And the reason I'm basically seeing that is because the more that we're able to understand ourselves, the more that we're able to define ourselves to others. So it's interesting because it feels like a lot of that path work of energy deep within divine union, finding the words to reintroduce themselves in a way that feels like it's more accurate to their understanding of self. It's a very deep, intense message. It's very, very heavy on Capricorn and Scorpio. That is our daily, that is a recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. If you prefer to catch it as a podcast, you can find it over on my Substack at Tarot Church, or over on my spot. No, sorry. You can find it over on my spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. We'll be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 4.3K, so make sure you continue to tap that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. I will be gifting a reading back to whoever gives the highest gift between now and then. But let me know how you're feeling right now. And here's the thing I got to say. If you're feeling a little rough, that's okay. I got to tell you, if you're prioritizing self-care right now, through some of this, especially, I'm going to keep saying this, especially if you've got heavy Pisces placements right now. Aries, it might be a little bit more about keeping patience towards things. like, I keep on seeing like Pisces might be having some abandonment wounds and it like opening up right now. Those with heavy Aries placements may be feeling like like very triggered, but working through that space of not being triggered, right? Let me know how you guys are experiencing this. I know it's intense right now. Hi there, Elizabeth, good to see you. And morning, Nelson, good to see you as well. Taco Tuesday. Welcome and thank you as well. Too weird, good to see you. Alexandra, thank you for those gifts. a light that's been off for a year just lit up and started talking about when you started talking about eclipse energy. I'm so happy to hear that, Elizabeth. And I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you as well, Heather. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Nicole, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Avo, I thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Umair, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Don't Give. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising Morgs. Nebs, I'm not sure what those letters mean. So hi there, Lay. How are you doing today? Chrissy, can a person ask their spirit team to relay a message to someone else? It's a good question. Um, the thing about it that I would effectively, I mean, we can always, I mean, I think the thing that, like, I think that's something like, I mean, we can always, here's the thing about it. We can always ask our spirit team for things. What's much more important to understand is the conversation that occurs in the asking, right? Because it almost like, again, and I feel like something like that is going to open the question as to what one feels that one needs to communicate that one can't communicate with in one's own self, right? I like to point out, like a lot of the work that we do in terms of understanding and recognizing, the energetic support system that's around us, it should not move away from us feeling the sense of being able to like find that pathwork of self-determination in ourselves. So I think that it's a very interesting question that kind of opens up a lot of questions in the asking of it. But I will point out we can definitely read for that if you wanted to ask that specifically to your like energetic connections around you to see what their insights or thoughts are on it. I hope that helps because I'm sorry if it feels like a nebulous answer, but it's not really. I mean, like it's not a straight. It's like yes and no kind of thing. It depends on the context or the circumstance. All right. And Nebs, you're happy to communicate here, but I'm going to encourage you to make sure that you're communicating in a way that is decipherable and understood for those who are in the chat. If you continue to post like just straight letters, I'm going to have to mute you. So, but you're welcome to participate in conversation so long as it's translatable and understandable. Hi there, Samantha. Good to see you. And Elisa as well. Happy Grand Rising, Tabby. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And A Raise and AR, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you as well, Rose, for the follow. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you for those gifts. Good morning. Feeling rough today. Again, Elisa, listen, we're going to come out of this eclipse energy cycle by the 29th. So just continue to kind of like focus on what feels like it's supportive right now. Focus on nurturing, focus on patience and compassion right now if it feels like if this energy is getting to you. This Alexandra, yes, nostalgia is heavy. Just trying to redirect it to make moves to level up rather than move back. I mean, and that's the thing. And I got to tell you right now, like again, it's like I keep on seeing, like when I look at things, it's like we've got a traffic jam right now between like Pisces going into Aries. Like it's like there's like this knot of energy of Mercury, Venus, and Neptune, like all jammed up together. So it feels it's like cramped, like it feels very frustrating. But that's why I keep on seeing, like, if you're working through a lot of that feeling, compassion, right? Building into that context of the self, being patient with oneself as you navigate it. Grand, hi there, Siobhan. Good to see you today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. And again, thank you for the follow, Rose. Hold on, 1 second. Just reading over the comments. Hi there, Tabby. Feeling at a crossroads. But again, and again, I want you to be compassionate for yourself as you're navigating things of that nature right now, right? I need to point out there's something really important about like, I got to tell you, like, there's something about this energy of the eclipse cycle. It feels very polarizing, right? I want you to kind of navigate that with a sense of compassion and understanding for the self. So you don't feel like, I want you to feel like I want you to feel like it is fortifying you, not that it feels like it's testing you, you know? And Crystal, all the emotions are I'm just trying to keep them regulated. And again, that's the thing about it right now. It's because we've got like Neptune transiting out of Pisces into Aries, like it can feel like a lot of that desire to emotionally unpack. And I need to stress this. Emotionally unpacking can be absolutely beautiful. It can be absolutely profound. It can be absolutely expansive. But we want to make sure that we're emotionally unpacking in ways that feel like it's supportive to our journey and not, and I keep on saying, like, think of emotionally unpacking like working something through instead of instead of like like instead of lashing out, instead of like, like I keep on saying, like, instead of just like energetically releasing in a way that feels like, it's like I keep on hearing like feels good is good, and the thing about it right now, and here's the thing with the thing about the thing about some of this eclipse energy that we have to be very conscientious about is it feels good to just, get something off of our chest. But and this is what we talk about with heart opening work. When we honor our feelings, right? We don't just talk about how we feel. We talk about what the feelings are asking for, right? We introspect first as to why we feel the way we feel before we communicate upon how we feel, to allow them to be expansive points. Because I keep on seeing that there may be a little bit of this dysregulation that's occurring during this eclipse cycle, where someone like tries to say something and says like, it feels good to get that off my chest, and another person's like, what am I supposed to do with that? You know what I mean? Like, so working through the pathwork of allowing the emotions to bring someone towards having a better sense of direction, not letting, I keep on seeing, like, not letting them become clumsy, or not letting them feel like they're taking you like backwards instead of forwards, you know? Rose, not me and my Saturn return in Aries at 0 degrees with an Aquarius rising. I mean, this isn't, and here's the thing right now, like, I'm going to tell you, I want you to have an energetic anchor right now. I want you to feel that sense of feeling safe, seen, and supported. I want you communicating in authentic ways. I want you to honor how you feel, but also honoring and building those resolutions as to what it is that you want to do moving forward. And again, if you're feeling rushed through this process, I'd almost say like take it, like slow it down, right? And that, because that's the thing about it. Like the thing about like too much air energy in Aries is it often creates that sense of like, like that it's an ignition switch. It feels like that moment that we're trying to like, we're trying to rush through something. And I feel like a lot of the path work that's actually required now is working through that feeling of tolerance and being able to navigate something just to a certain extent that allows you to not just feel like, not just doing something at first blush, but almost navigating that feeling at first blush and allowing yourself to move intentionally through it, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, avoid being triggered, because like here's the thing, like Aries, like with all this energy in Aries, like the ability to feel triggered is very high. Elizabeth, the light thing was literal, and oh, it freaked you out. Like it was a light, like it was an actual. I thought you were speaking metaphorically. Apologies. I thought you were speaking metaphorically. But again, okay, so it wasn't like a metaphorical light. It was like an actual light. Again, don't let yourself, I'm going to say the same thing. Don't let yourself get triggered. Thank you for clarifying. And thank you, Rose, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Elisa. Sending you support too. All right, Grand Rising, Siobhan. Hi there, Haley. Love to you as well. Alexandra, being careful with how I do, but being careful with how I do it with the pull to be impulsive at times. Patience is, yeah, here's the thing. And here's the thing, like, listen, we have to regulate for the fact that eclipse cycles, they bring out the impulsivity in us. And that's not, listen, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Impulsive can be good. Okay, it's not that everything is a gift depending on how we utilize it. Impulsivity can be expansive. It can be profound, right? It can be those moments that we feel like sublimity, like sublime exists in moving towards impulse in a moment that feels like it's activating. And again, during eclipse cycles, being able to find those moments. And that's why I keep on saying, if you want to figure out the difference between like the energy of the eclipse getting to you versus doing something that like the difference between navigating between utilizing impulsivity in an eclipse in a way that feels like it is positive versus one that might feel like it might end up being ultimately not the best is the word intention. Okay, like the word intention will tell you everything you need to know about whether the impulsivity feels like it is productive and profound versus whether it feels like it is more difficult, because everything I keep on seeing around this, and you have to kind of think about that, those moments that we feel that like that sense of like wanting to move forward, if we're able to regulate that with being able to see the fact that it works in the space of our intention, then it can feel like something that is beneficial. But what we want to avoid during eclipse cycles are those moments that it feels good in the moment, and then you look back and say, why'd you do that? like your higher self goes, why did you do that? And it feels like, well, it felt good. And the higher self will say like, well, I know it felt good, but was it good? Right? Like feels good is like working in that context during eclipse cycles, because it feels good to be impulsive. And sometimes when we move in that context, that we move towards something just because it feels good to be impulsive rather than putting our intention behind it, it can sometimes create those modalities where we feel a little bit of that clumsiness. So I keep on saying, like, allowing these to be expansive moments, allowing these to be moments that you're able not to, like, it's not just feeling an energetic trigger point, but allowing oneself to inhabit the space. And this is why I keep on getting, there's a lot of Scorpio lessons in this. I need to figure out what's going on with the Scorpio energy. um because when we are able to feel comfortable in discomfort, we are less impulsive, right? Because sometimes impulsiveness is excitement, and sometimes impulsiveness is excitability, right? So it's a lot of work right now. I feel like I keep on saying, like, a lot of this work that we're having to navigate in this like eclipse cycle is is regulating through impulsivity. And that doesn't mean that, and I keep on pointing this out, it doesn't mean that you can't be impulsive during the eclipse cycle. It means that you can tell the difference between what feels like the impulsivity that moves in the direction of what is it, like what's like moving towards your highest self, versus the impulsivity that just feels good in the moment, but takes you backwards, right? Hi there, Rose. All you need to do if you'd like to get a personal reading is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio. You'll see links there. You can get on the list and you'll be added to the list. Also, I'll point out the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I will also point out the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in your reading. That is also up for grabs right now. Blondie. Whoop, hold on. Gotta find you again. 1 second. I'm just backpedaling. Oh, hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Hi there, Kadex. Thank you for the follow. Blondie, I'm probably also depends on whether the other person is in the state of mind to be able to receive it. No, absolutely. And that's the thing about it. There's a lot, like, here's the thing. These Mercury retrograde cycles create communication slowdowns, you know? And the thing we have to be mindful about that, and that's why I keep on saying, like, working through that context of not taking a slowdown personally, holding compassion, working in that space that feels like it's energetically productive. I know, and listen, if I'm telling you right now to be patient and compassionate, and you're going like this, you're going like, ugh, like that's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I'm talking about right now. Like it's too much Aries energy. Aries energy is like compassion, like boo, like compassion, boo, patience, boo. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, bring it back, like works through it, because when we're feeling a lot of that impulsivity, it's not just about going with the energetic flow. It's about moving with intention through disambiguation. You're so welcome, Rose, and thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Thank you again, Kay, for the follow. It does make sense. Thank you. I'm so glad, Chrissy. Nutty, Uma. Okay, wait. Uma, Morgan, no contact, 11 days or nothing. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you asking for a reading? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. I'm not sure what to do with those words in combination. Scapy, thank you for the follow. Rose, I feel like I've been more so patient and it's time to just do the thing and be courageous. Well, and here's the thing, like, listen, and this is what we'll effectively get to in a reading right now, Rose. And I like to point this out. It's not, it's not that you can't do things during eclipse cycles. I know that there's a lot of this like hesitancy as it relates to navigating through circumstances with eclipses. Understanding and recognizing the intention that we have as we move through choices during eclipse cycles. Um, you know, I keep on getting that the eclipse cycles are often those moments that we have breakthroughs or breakdowns. We understand what's not working or we understand what can work. But it's really important that we don't allow ourselves to, like, I want to say, like, unravel during the eclipse cycles, because listen, I know that the feeling is very like appealing, but being able to kind of work through that in a way that feels like it's expansive and supportive, it goes a long way. Blondie, I'm curious what your thoughts are on invoking Hecate during those times of being at a crossroads. I mean, here's the thing, Blondie, when it comes towards how one connects personally to spirit, if something feels like it's energetically supportive to you in any way that creates that sense of emotional support, I'd say allow that to be your expansive point. If that is, and I think that one of the things that's important about that to understand as well is, the way I like to perceive it is that every perception that we have as it relates to pathwork of deity is another way of reaching source. So if there's, one of the things that we talk about with that connection point is it's someone who helps us. There's a lot of the stories based upon that deity that focus upon the sense of understanding the value of choice. So if that is something that feels like it is energetically supportive to you to do, I would definitely say that that's something that, if in your own personal practice, if that feels like that is something that is grounding and supportive to you, then by all means, you can always move forward upon it. Um, and I want to stress this right now. Like, I think that the important thing that has to be navigated more than anything, especially as we navigate eclipse cycles, is working through the context of doing things that feel like they are supportive, not things that increase one's own sense of anxiety or fear. And as it relates to that connection that you have to that particular source of divinity, I'm happy to read for you upon it. If you'd like to get insights as to what that may look like, I'm happy to do so as well. I hope that helps, and thank you for that reading with me, thank you for that interesting question, Blondie. Heidi, the emotions have been higher the last 3 days. I know. I mean, of course. Listen, I'm telling you right now, Heidi. The reason that the emotions feel higher across the last 3 days is because we've got Neptune transiting, over the last 3 days. Neptune is transiting out of Pisces into Aries. There's a lot of that work that we're effectively recognizing and seeing in relationality to the enormity and depth of the emotional space, right? It's emotionally heavy. There's a lot of unpacking there. So if you're feeling that right now, and I keep on seeing this, like, one of the major messages that have been coming through over the last few days is recognizing and understanding that emotions, and like, these are the messages that we often get with Neptune journeys, right? One can have emotional intensity and still move, right? That emotions are not stagnant places, that you can have a lot of that emotionality and still allow it to conduct you forward. That's what a lot of that I feel like that's the combination force of Neptune in Gemini with Jupiter is. And I think it's interesting too, because there is this, like, I feel like it's like working through the space of being able to understand. Like, it's actually, it feels a little bit like having one's cake and eating it too, right? It's almost like coming through that space of saying like, working through a lot of those choices right now, and finding that way to like finding the space that feels that comfortability point. That's what I keep on seeing. Like, it feels like a lot of these breakthrough points that we're seeing right now, because it's almost like working through choice and then coming through a breakthrough that feels like it's comfortable for the self, like there's a lot of, I'm telling you, it's a lot of inventiveness. It's a lot of, I keep on getting, it's a lot of the Renaissance energy, because a Renaissance energy is combining things, right? And that's why it also feels like a lot of Capricorn, because Capricorn, like the magic of Capricorn is often the ability of seeing that when you're able to take mundane things and put them together in new ways, we often find magic there. Like that's what I love to talk about with Capricorn journeys. It's like it's like the beauty of Capricorn is helping us see the magic of the mundane. And thank you, Psychic Medium Pam, for the follow. And thank you, Heidi, for the follow. Annette, I'm happy to read for you on the connection that you have to that individual. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I like to move away, from this space of articulating and saying the one, because you are effectively the one. Okay, like I want you to, you are your one, and building into the context of finding that supportive system for the self will help. So in that way, I can tell you again, the tarot doesn't tell you yes or no. It's going to help you understand the nature of that relationship and why they're there, why you're meeting them at this time. I'd be happy to read for you on that. Elisa, I'm feeling disillusioned with this life. Well, and here's the, like, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, Elisa, if you're feeling like that, like that's why this eclipse is feeling kind of heavy. It feels like a lot of that work of navigating disillusion, because and that's a lot of that, I'm telling you, that's a lot of that Venus in retrograde energy, right? Everything looks ugly. Like everything looks ugly, everything looks worse, right? So I want you to kind of recognize that, and listen, honor the way that you feel right now. And you can write it down. Like I'd say, like, this is a great time for journaling. You can write down, say, like, the Venus retrograde, like, this is what I'm feeling during this Venus retrograde. I'm going through, like, and you're gonna look back and be like, okay, I was going through a Venus retrograde cycle and I was feeling disillusioned. Like it was like, yes, 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 that makes sense. Slow down, God. I know you got to slow it down right now, Siobhan. It doesn't mean that you can't move through it, but make sure that you're intentional, right? Because here's the thing, all this Aries energy, it's a lot of giddy up. It's a lot of andale. It's a lot of that, like, like it's a lot of that like wanting to move with, like, I keep on saying, it's like the rabbit from Alice from Wonderland. Like I'm like, what are you late for? I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's the vibe. Rose, girl, yes, I've been building up and facing the big picture while staying here. No knight in swords. There you go. And that's the thing. And I think you put it really well. Like, it feels like we've had a lot of the Knight of Sword energy popping up. It does. It feels like the energy is very Knight of Swords, but it's not the fact that you can't be in Knight of Swords energy, but it's utilizing discernment to see if it's necessary or not. Like, you can do so respectfully. Happy Tuesday, Bridget. Heidi, what exactly are we going through right now? I haven't been able to get a hold of the emotions. Heidi, we're going, like, it's so, and if you want, we're gonna get into the Daily Collective and go through a lot of what we've been seeing. But the reason the reason you're feeling a lot of this, like, discombobulation right now, if you're feeling like you're a mess, we've got a Venus in retrograde cycle happening right now with a Mercury retrograde. So things look really ugly. Things are falling apart, right? And at the same time, Neptune is moving out of Pisces into Aries. So everybody's feeling really like nostalgia is being formed. So everything looks better from the past. It's really important right now to be anchored in the present, right? The present is what is important. The present, if you're feeling a lot of nostalgia and regret, let me introduce you to the present, where anything is possible, and you can come into that context of changing things as you need to. This is good incubation energy, setting those intentions, building those resolutions. This is the type of energy we would typically expect in January. We're having it now. I hope that helps. And Heidi, if you stick around for our Daily Collective, we're going to get into all of this. Rose, oh, I moved in with my mom, and I'm taking the triggers as my guiding light and healing that. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, right? Because here's the thing, sometimes when we move back in with the energy that raised us, it can create a lot of that sense of like inadvertently regressing. So like make sure that you're staying very grounded in the present of the self, right? Like make sure that you're building into that context. And I'm sending you support there. Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. For me, it needs to feel challenging because I'm allowing in the new, which can be scary. And that's the thing, like there's a lot, like listen, I keep on saying that the thing about some of this eclipse cycle that's difficult is it's kind of feeling like a bit of foreshadow work, right? It's kind of requiring us to be able to, and this is why some of those lessons that we experienced prior to this point, you'll remember that leading up until this time, we had all that Mars retrograde. Like I find it completely wild the fact that we went for 3 months with like no Mars in sight, and now we've got an overabundance of Mars energy. Like we've got like we had a deficit. We had a deficit of Aries energy, and now everywhere you look is Aries energy. So being able to work through that, being able to come into the space of like feeling that sense of like embracing the fear, and that doesn't, like, again, remembering embracing the fear does not mean that you run towards your fearful tilt, but being able to introspect, being able to question the fear, to understand what its source is, like a lot of that unpacking. This can be a very expansive time, but it requires, I keep on saying, it requires that sense of emotional fortitude in the process. I'm a Scorpio sun. This could be easier for you because as someone with like Scorpios don't shy away from transformation. Like if anything, Scorpios run full tilt towards it. So hold on a minute. Oh, you got, okay, JD, thank you for confirming that, dear. I will confirm your spot on the list. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Hold on a minute. All right. Rose, to be honest, I don't have regret. My nostalgia is fueling my current heights on my new patterning. And that exactly, everything that you just described there is like the best way to kind of navigate something about this right now. Not letting yourself get caught too much in the space of regret, just like building into the context of the present. Like like I keep, and that's what's interesting about it. Like, and here's the thing, like Aries, like, and that I feel like in a way, like the nice thing about it is the Aries energy is helping us in that way, right? Because Aries energy does not deal with regret either. Like Aries energy often gives us those messages that says like, while you're like I keep, like, it's funny because every time I read for Aries, I see like soccer energy, which is like while you're like regretting, like while you're sitting there with your head down, like hard on yourself for missing like the kick, like the ball's coming towards you. Like, it's like a little bit of that. Like don't get caught over concentrating on that. Just focus on the present. Couch hopping and feeling so trapped. I'm sending you so much support right now, mother. My energy doesn't know what to do. I want you to be grounding right now. I want you to be hydrating, and I want you to be building that plan for yourself, to give yourself the clarity of being able to see ahead, right? Because that ability of doing so is what allows us for that context of being able to, like, I feel like a little like this is incubation energy. It's energy that is really good for building upon plans, for making those plans. Don't let yourself get frustrated. Don't lash out. Lock in right now. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Hold on a minute. Just reading over stuff. I'm getting a drink with an Aries for the first time. Oh, like when you say for the first time, do you mean like you've never had a drink with an Aries? Like, do you mean like you've never had a drink with an Aries, or or you mean like this is like a date kind of energy? And I'm confirming you. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me know, JD. I'm checking right now on that. I'm just confirming it. Thank you for letting me know. All right. Girl, I'm so in alignment with this message you're sharing. Thank you for the confirmation. You're welcome. Listen, I'm just telling you right now, like I know, like I'm gonna say this right now, like the things to keep in mind, you are not a mess right now. You are a work in progress. Okay. I like this type of energy, I keep on calling it, it's broken mirror energy. Okay. It's like, and typically these Venus and retrograde cycles aren't that bad. But again, never have we had like we're having a Venus in retrograde cycle during a Mercury retrograde in the midst of an eclipse. So everything looks really ugly. Everything feels like it's breaking. It's had like the watchword right now is perspective. The watchword right now is perspective. Keeping perspective, finding that thing that anchors you to yourself. It's not going to be, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but if you're someone right now who seeks external validation, it's going to be very hard. So, because I'm telling you, there's a distortion point as that relates to this right now. I'm allowed to say that I'm a Leo. So, but that ability of doing so, like working in that context of like when we're feeling like finding the validation of the self is going to like this is where the compassion must live. It's a lot of heart chakra right now. And thank you, Raven, for the follow. 28 is a good number. I agree. Mother, Scorpio, I ran towards it, selling my house, going to move thousands of miles away. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey, Mother. But again, I don't want you caught in a space of regret. I want you just building in the context of where you are and what you need to do to be able to feel more supportive at this moment, right? Like I keep on saying like this is incubation energy, right? Just allow this to be a moment, like feel that sense of grounding, say that like build the plan, right? Build the plan in terms of how to move forward. Kanadi, yes, communication with my Aries masculine has definitely slowed, but it's going to speed up by the 28th. But here's the thing, I think you see, like you recognize you have to be a little patient right now. You've got, like, I'm telling you, like patience right now, compassion is going to pay off in profound ways, right? Because, and I'm just saying, like with a lot of this area, I know, and listen, I know if I'm saying that, you're going, ugh. Like, I know because it's all of the Aries energy. It's the Taurus and Uranus. Nobody wants to be patient right now. But that's why, building into that context of just allowing like a little, like allowing some of that work to like occur, it's working into a lot of like I keep on saying the thing that's hard about this particular eclipse is a lot of path work or lessons as it relates to determination, patience, and resilience. It's actually like a lot of Taurus messages, you know, Yes, communication with my area. Yep, and thank you. I feel great, and I'm like, where am I supposed to be? Yet I'm reminiscing on my past. Frustrating. Do you have Aries placements, two birds? Because like I keep on seeing like a lot of Aries energy being like, I just feel like I woke up, and I'm like, yeah, like I feel like a lot of those with Aries placements are like, what's got it? What's wrong with everybody? Oh, I heard Aries and I stopped. Yeah, we're just talking about the energy right now, Selena. There's too much Aries energy. And that's why I keep on saying for those who are water signs right now, listen, self-care is key. And especially if you carry a lot of Pisces placements, like I just want to say there's a lot of energy transiting out of Pisces. It can open a lot of abandonment wounds. Rose, don't forget to like the live and energetic exchange. I really appreciate you reminding everyone to do that, Rose. I always forget to. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hold on a minute. Bum. By the water. Hold on. By the water, feet on the rocks to ground. Oh, that sounds like a beautiful way to ground. Especially, and I got to point this out, especially for someone with Scorpio placements. You got the sun in the water. Thank you as well, Theon. Mother, so much anger. I never had anger like this. I want you to find a healthy channel for it. And I'm going to tell you right now, Mother, I think some of that anger you might be feeling is because there's so many planets in Aries right now. Listen, this is why we talk about the fact that Aries arrive angry. Like I just like it's like the thing is like those with Aries placements understand like working through a lot of that internal fire, right? Like finding a way to like make it feel, finding ways of making it feel restorative in a way that doesn't make it feel like it's eating you up inside, you know? Thank you for confirmation, Theon. Date. Oh, I wish you luck on that. I hope it goes well. Team Sana, Grand Rising, dear. Thank you. And yep, I've got you, JD, and thank you for confirming. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. I can tell that you're a Leo also by your cat goddess energy. I know my hair's kind of a tell. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Sea Goddess. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Theon, for the follow. Kanadi. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, always feel free to correct me. I'm a Taurus, so not wanting to be patient makes sense, but I'm doing my best. I know. You know, the thing I keep on seeing that may be really difficult right now, for those with Taurus placements is Uranus and Taurus. It's because it's like, you know, it's a lot of that, like things getting under, like it's like getting under your skin, you know. I always describe like it like Uranus and Taurus feels like it's like Princess and the Pea energy. It's like that small thing that you just can't stop like messing with, you know? It's like a lot of that. But don't let yourself get frustrated. I keep on getting like the message right now for Taurus is don't lash out, lock in, you know? I'm a Taurus. It's so confusing. I can understand. Like, I would not be surprised right now if you're a Taurus and you're seeing red. And again, for Taurus, you know what I mean when I say seeing red, because here's the thing with like Aries, with all the energy with all the planets in Taurus right now, it could probably feel like Taurus, like everything is like, everything just feels like it's provoking you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, like it's a lot like I just see a Taurus sitting there and like all the planets in Aries just like red flags. Like it's like that, like it could feel very like that's why I keep on saying don't lash out, lock in. Okay. Mother, thank you for the follow. All right. I'm not sure actually. I'm a Gemini sun, Pisces moon. So there's a lot of adaptability there. I would be very curious as to what your rising is, because that's a lot. I mean, Gemini and Pisces together, it's like you can see every possible, like you can see every side of a situation. Those what has been opened, those what has been opened, abandonment wounds, anger is flowing. I can, yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, and again, honoring, like I keep on seeing, like one of the things to keep in mind right now, Mother, is honoring the feelings, are understanding the validity of why you feel like that, like the way you do, and coming through, like finding a way to allow the feelings to move you towards like allowing them to focus, right? Allowing them to build into the context of setting your intention, right? All about intention setting right now. Selena, oh, I'm an Aries sun, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn. So I'm kind of living for this energy. Oh no, no. This is like a rave for you. This is you're probably in a moment that you're like turn up the house music. you know but that's the thing, like I mean you're ready for it, Mother, thank you for the follow. Yoga helps me manage the fire. I can imagine, because that's a lot of kundalini there, Selena. Hi there, Lumera, welcome. Hi there, Connie, thank you for the follow. Oh, you're a multi-dimensional artist. That sounds incredible. Thank you for joining us. You're saying my name right. I'm so glad about that. Thank you for confirming. And Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. My chosen name is Theo. I'm a Leo. I do want to get on the list. Got to plug in the phone. Yep, no worries, Theo. Take your time. And thank you for joining us here. Courtney, thank you for those gifts. Oh, hold on. I lost my spot. Oh, bum. Thank you again, Kanadi, for the follow. And thank you, Spiritual Shuffle, for the follow. Hi there, Addie. Good to see you today. I feel that, but it adds fuel to change because you want to move away from it. I mean, and that's the thing about it. It's like, I keep on seeing like breakthroughs or breakdowns right now. And it's understanding, like I keep on seeing it's working. I would not be surprised if there's a lot of work that's like everything right now is identified with progress, right? Being able to recognize what feels like it's moving in like a productive way. But I will say, I feel like there are some moments right now that could feel like an amplification of navigating through frustration. But that's why I'm saying, like, don't if you've had frustration before the eclipse cycle starts, and you allow this to be kind of the moment that you close a cycle, like that says to me intention. But what I want to avoid you guys doing is feeling frustrated at a moment that you normally wouldn't, and then doing something that you wouldn't typically do, and then saying, oh no, afterwards, right? And then being like the eclipse, like, I don't know what got into me. And I'm going to be like, and then you're going to come to me for a reading. And I'm going to say, I know what got into you. The eclipse got to you. Like the eclipse got into you. Like the eclipse. Oh no, the eclipse. Like, it's, you got to be kind of, you got to be watchful of it. Selena, yes, my wife is a Taurus and her OCD is going crazy. No, I'm telling you right now, like it's not like, and I feel like, it really is. It's going to be like, I feel like I would not be surprised right now if there's some Taurus energy trying to keep blinders on, because it's like, it may be feeling like everything you look at is like setting you off right now because, and again, it's hard. Uranus is in Taurus and there's all this sign work in Aries. And like, that's the thing. It can feel very like Aries energy can feel very ignition. It can feel very provocative, right? And here's the thing: Taurus energy doesn't like being startled. Okay, like it doesn't like being startled. Aries are like, surprise, we're here. Username, thank you for the follow. Uranus and Taurus don't look cute together. Here's the thing, but here's the thing with it, like Uranus and Taurus, like they don't. I mean, it's like I keep on describing it. Uranus and Taurus is like the tag that keeps on itching in your back, and you can't reach it, and it's like so small, and it's like if you just it's like that kind of energy. You know what I mean? You're like, ugh! Like it's like that little thing, and everyone's like, "What are you doing?" And you're like, like. I'm a Taurus moon, lashes out with my mom this weekend. I feel bad. And here's the thing: listen, if you're going through this right now, accountability is key, right? If you've already had some moments right now during the eclipse, right? I don't know what got into me, like helping walk through that, being able to take ability, like accountability, and kind of come into that space. I also feel like there's something about this energy right now that can be very rectifying, right? But it works on it works on, it's like, it has to be in talking about what it is that you're working on, right? Self-awareness is healing, right? Because when we can see something, we can work to repair it. You're so welcome, Mother. And thank you for those gifts, Alexandra. And thank you as well for the gift, Spiritual. Rose, if I may give you some information before my read, Complex Soul. Absolutely. But so here's the thing with the list. We will be doing the list once we get to the Daily Collective, which I'm about to get started on. So just if you want to hold that information, Rose, but when it's time for your reading, I'm going to say your name and then we'll get to your reading. Also, remember, if you're on the list, even if you're not in the room, you're not going to miss your reading. I'll put you on the hold list. So we're going to get started on that Daily Collective right now. And once we do, you'll be the first person. And because you are the first person on the list, you will also have an additional card in your reading. Also, for anyone joining us today, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. I want to give you guys a few updates before we get started on today's Daily Collective read. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent Tarot Church class on the Justice card. Our next Tarot Church class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 a.m., 6 p.m., 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman. I'm so excited to teach this class. It's going to be a real deep dive. If you would like to become a part of our tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live tarot classes each and every month. If you can't make the class live, it's okay too, because as a monthly subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of recorded classes in the Tarot Church Library archive. As I mentioned, it's not necessary to catch up on those classes. I do my best in terms of updating you on everything that we've studied thus far. But now is actually an absolutely wonderful time to join the class program because you've got a nice month ahead of you. If you wanted to take time to study up on everything that we've studied, you'd be able to do basically about 2 classes per week. So that's over 9 hours worth of material that you would have time to bolster up on before we proceed to the next card. You'll also have access as a monthly subscriber to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we are currently studying or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. And you will also have the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust amount of experience in the tarot prevent you from joining us on those classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I post my weekly newsletter there as well, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know before we get started that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. Those can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class, as a dream package. I would ask that if you purchase the dream interpretation reading package that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming to you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading at the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read, the list is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now. We're doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll be gifting that reading back to the collective in no time. We are also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. Whoever gives the highest gift will also be receiving a free reading today. In terms of what you can have read for, I do dream interpretation, I do love reading, I do life path reading, I do highest priority messages from spirit, angelic readings. The only things I don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap, but if you'd like to get on the list is open. Also, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. All right. Just bear with me a moment. You're so welcome, Mother. And exactly. You're very talented. Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you to say, Lumera. I do my best. Hi there, Kim. Good to see you. HMS, good to see you too. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Can you tell me anything? I'm a Scorpio. I mean, my joke is like, can I tell a Scorpio anything that they don't already know? I'm happy to do a reading for you on your path right now, Connie. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I love Scorpio energy. Thank you as well, Bella, for the hearts. I mean, I think the thing that's beautiful about Scorpios is, like I keep on saying, Scorpios don't lean away from discomfort. You know, they understand that transformation requires uncomfortability. AJ, I'm curious what your placements are, if you feel like sharing. I'm a triple fire sign, AJ. I've got the whole set. I'm looking to sell my multidimensional gallery in Orlando, Florida, and looking to find my spiritual family. That sounds amazing. Well, Lamera, if you join, if you become a subscriber here, you can have access to our Discord. And I will point out that in our Discord, we have a place where we allow that we support each other, or we let each other know about the work that we're doing. But that sounds absolutely fascinating. I'd be very intrigued to learn more about it. Sounds really cool. Hi there, Dennis. My girlfriend's name is Kimberly. I'm happy to read for you on what's going on in that connection. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for sharing the live, Team Osana. Hi there, honey. Capricorn Sun, Gemini Moon, Taurus Ascending. That is some, like, I don't know why it feels like, it almost feels like there's something about, like, it's funny. It's interesting that honey's in your name, because it does have like a lot of this, like, it's giving me like a lot of this. It's like like that you're like, once you set your mind to something, like, there's no changing it. You know what I mean? Like, you like, whatever it takes kind of energy, you know? I'll hold it and give it in comments. Excellent, Rose. Lumera, if you'd like to have a reading, you absolutely can. All you need to do is get on the list, and you'll be the third person read for. How are you doing today, Nicole? And again, Selena, if you'd like to be added to the list, these are going to be, we're about to get started on the free collective read, but if you'd like a personal reading, those are donation based, and all you need to do is send the donation, and you'll be added to the list. Thank you, Lumera, for sharing the live, and thank you, Bella, for sharing the live. Thank you, White Feather, for sharing the live. Blessings to you as well, Logan. You're looking for a life coach. Well, again, I try to do a lot of work. I work with a lot of spiritual practitioners in my mentorship program. I feel like a lot of the work that we do, one of the things that can sometimes be difficult for spiritual practitioners is sorting through some of the stuff we receive. You know what I mean? Like, I like to point out that it's not, everybody's on their own unique journey. And it's just as difficult for spiritual practitioners, especially with like the weight of responsibility that we often feel in terms of trying to move towards our calling. So a lot of the work that I do with my mentorships is kind of working with the path work, that those who are on journeys of helping others with their gifts to understand, like, there's a nuance there that sometimes can be very hard to disambiguate, if that's a word. So that's a lot of the work that I try to do in terms of helping others understand kind of the signs, the symbology, and the communication that their higher self and guides are using to try to help them understand and do their own work most effectively. I hope that makes sense, Lumera. Where is the list? So the list, I have the list, Lumera. So all you do, like, I've got the list right here. So all you do is you send the donation payment, and you'll be added to the list. And you can find the links to add to the list by my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Thank you for those hashtags, Goddess. And thank you, Perks, for the gifts. True, I have to constantly call back my energy. No, it can be like, here's the thing, we talk a lot about it. It's very, like, there's not a, like, it's very hard for those who work in spiritual spaces as it relates to, like, not feeling bad and working through energetic recall, not over giving. It's like, like, one of the things we got a hard time working through is like that call of compassion that does not leave you, like, like, energetically drained in the process. It's not for the faint of heart, you know? Well, Lumera, I feel like there's something really important right now as it relates to navigating that feeling of that amplification of fear. And I keep on wanting to stress that there's a lot of, I feel like there's something about this particular transit. Thank you so much for that gift, Betty. That is kind of bringing up, it feels like a lot of foreshadow work. And I want you to kind of, that's why I keep on saying, if it feels like a lot of that fear that's coming up right now, I want you to find those anchor points. Meditation is whatever brings you back to yourself. Meditation is whatever brings you back to center. So that's why, I feel like having those moments right now, that kind of building upon pathwork or purpose, finding something that nourishes, restores, and grounds you right now, that helps you see yourself more clearly, may help with some of those feelings of anxiety and fear that you're experiencing. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. I know it's not easy right now, but I will tell you, you are safe, seen, and supported here. And I think the community helps a lot as well. What's with the chaotic energy? Mandy, what do you mean what's with the chaotic energy? What's with the chaotic energy? We're going through an eclipse cycle with a Venus in retrograde and a Mercury retrograde. So everything looks awful. Everything feels like it's falling apart. And then immediately the eclipse comes and turns the volume knob up to 11 on it. Right? It's like it literally feels very energetically chaotic right now. That's why it's really important to maintain perspective and build into the pathwork of resilience and compassion at this time. And thank you for subscribing, Siobhan. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. I am going to step away for a moment before we begin, but just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for, and when I come back, we'll get started on that collective. Thank you guys so much. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, let's get back to it. All right, where were we? All right. There we are. I have to release. Hold on a minute. Just ring over. You're so welcome, Mandy. And remember, it's not. Don't over internalize a lot of this energy right now. Recognize that it's outside the self. Lumera, when you go into the system, even if you're right, I mean, I think that there's something, you know, there's a lot of work that we see that's being navigated right now, Lumera, in relationality to feeling, appreciating being seen and supported. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I feel like a lot of the work that needs to be done right now is building it into the context of finding community that allows one to feel safe, seen, and supported, right? And there you go. And I think that there's a lot, like, even in the space of you articulating and saying that you're working on trying to release all karma and energy that no longer serves, like working through the context of what feels like it is nourishing to the self right now. I keep on seeing it's like there's a lot, and I want to just stress this right now with some of this eclipse energy. And if you're feeling like things are really bad, if you're feeling like things really look awful, I want you to remember that can reinforce and amplify setting the intention as it relates to what the work is to do, right? The work on the self, the work on building into a context of what feels like it is safe, seen, and supported for the self right now. Where we are, and that's why I keep on saying too that there's that tendency or that need right now to build into the space of compassion. Like, let that force of compassion guide you forward, right? And letting that be a moment that does not make you feel bitter or frustrated, but almost allows for that sense of compassion to flourish. I feel like there's something really important during this time that may occur because it allows us to recognize and identify. Like, I keep on getting, there's a lot of heart opening because there's a lot of communication occurring about what something means or the value that something holds to another. I hope that helps. Let's go. Absolutely, Siobhan. I am peace. I release all the energy that no longer serves. I am peace and love. I mean, that's a beautiful manifestation. And we're talking a lot about the fact that having that energetic anchor right now, like when things feel like it gets too intense, finding that pathwork of what brings you back to your center. I think that that's an absolutely beautiful mantra to help through a lot of this eclipse energy right now. Thank you, soul family. I feel your wonderful love. Right back at you, dear. Thank you for the compliment, Solstice. And thank you. All right, my friends, we are about to get started on today's daily collective read. But as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, March 25th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with. We got 3 cards coming out. I'm not surprised to see it. 4 of Cups in its upright in combination with Ace of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our 9 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this right now, because I'm going to tell you some of this. I like to describe like this eclipse is like, welcome to like the bottom of the barrel eclipse like season. It's like, it really is like, it's a lot of this, like, it's just a lot of this like scraping, grating kind of energy. It's uncomfortable. It's annoying. It's like, I just keep on getting this, like, I got to stress this right now. And it's very interesting because we have been seeing this 4 of Cups. And I need to stress this because this is really important. This 4 of Cups that we're seeing here, this is effectively the card. This is the card that we ended our reading on yesterday. Okay, look at this deck. There's a lot of cards in this deck. There's a lot of cards in this deck. And so for us to receive this card, the card that we ended our reading on yesterday, being the very first card that we're pulling today, this is indicative to the fact that this is a continuation on a lot of the messages that we were receiving yesterday. So let's talk a little bit about this, because one of the things that we see is, and I keep on hearing a lot of the path work, and this is why a bit of that full moon in Leo was giving us like I keep on hearing the full moon in Leo was a dress rehearsal for what we're experiencing this month, because it has to do with the space of not dwelling on things. I keep on hearing it's not about dwelling on things, because what happens, I got to point this out, what happens when we dwell on things, right? When we dwell on things, we don't activate, right? When we dwell on things, I keep on hearing, when we dwell, when we ruminate, we don't activate, right? It's a lot of that space, or a lot of that. I keep on seeing there's a lot of this work right now, and this is all of these messages that are coming through with like Neptune moving out of Pisces into Aries, right? Because I keep on seeing that the ability to move into pathwork of determination, sometimes when we feel a lot, right? Sometimes when we feel too much and we feel confusion around what we feel, the emotions feel like they drag us down, right? It's almost like, I keep on seeing this vision of the fact of like emotions that just feel like gravity. They just like hold us, like it's like that slog of determination, right? It's like that lack of motivation. But that's why I feel like what's beautiful about the fact that kind of Neptune is transiting during this eclipse cycle is it's saying that and that's what's like, here's the thing about it, like the message that often comes through with a transit like Neptune is depth does not change progress. Like when Neptune moves, it's like you have to think about the ocean, right? The ocean is deep, but it's not stagnant, right? The ocean is heavy, but it's not weighed down. When you're in the ocean, it buoys you up to a certain extent. And so there's a lot of this work that I keep on seeing that is finding healthy ways to process through emotions right now, healthy ways of processing a lot of intensity. And it's heavy, it's hard. Like sometimes in those moments, it feels like what we're carrying is overwhelming. And what allows us to feel like, and that's why I keep on also getting a sense that, you know, working through some of that feeling of isolation right now is key, because I keep on seeing that not only is there an intensity of feeling, but the thing with some of this Venus in retrograde energy is that it feels like it's like you feel like an intensity, and then and like Venus in retrograde almost whispers to you and says it's only happening to you, right? Like it's only like the Venus like, oh no, I feel like this, and it's only happening to you. Like that's the Venus in retrograde, right? It creates the indulgence point that we have to avoid, right? The indulgence point that we have to avoid during this eclipse cycle is it me? Am I the problem? Like it's a lot of that feeling, because like Venus in retrograde makes you feel. I told you that this was kind of happening. We were talking about this during the Leo full moon cycle, right? It feels I keep on getting it feels targeted. Like it's not just the fact that you feel heavy, but it sometimes feels like it's just happening to you. But that space, what happens when you're able to navigate that with a sense of compassion, right? Like when you're able to navigate that from a space of saying it's not about the self, right? It's about being in the space of trying to like move, doing the best you can, if you will, right? And that I keep on hearing like the mantra of compassion for navigating through some of this eclipse energy is, you know, spirit does not demand us to be perfect. Spirit demands us we do the best we can, right? Like because again, and this is why it's hard coming out of some of this like Virgo energy in like the Virgo full moon, because and this is for those who have Virgo placements, you'll know this very intuitively. You know, one of the difficulty points that often Virgos have to work through with their lessons is not letting perfect stand in the way of good, right? Not having like not allowing one's own sense of being able to see ideal. Like for Virgos are blessed in the fact that they can literally see ideal. But that's also, it's like I keep on hearing it's like the blessing and the curse of those with Virgo placements, because it's like when you see ideal, it constantly feels like you're failing, right? Even as you're moving closer towards something. So, you know, I feel like again, it's much more of the same lesson that we saw that was coming through to help us navigate through a lot of this roughness, right? Perfection is not a destination. You can't chart it on a map. Perfection is a cardinal direction, right? And when we remind ourselves that perfection is a cardinal direction, it's always out of reach. We're immediately able to come into a space that we can hold compassion for the journey of trying to move towards perfection instead of getting hard on ourselves about the fact that we're not perfect. Third card in our 5 card spread, center card for today. Empress in its reversal, because everything around us sometimes feels like it's articulated in showing our flaws, right? We have those moments. We often build into this because, again, and this is what we talk to, when we hold ourselves to unrealistic standards, then not only do we punish ourselves, but we punish everyone around us, right? Like that work or that space of coming into that path work and identifying what it feels like. This is like the heart of compassion exists in the fact that you don't have to be perfect to be loved. And I got to say that again. The heart of compassion lives in the space that you don't have to be perfect to be loved. And if you feel challenged by that, then I'm going to turn this around on you. I want you to think about anyone you truly care about. Now, you tell me right now, do you love them because they're perfect? Or do you love them for their eccentricities? Do you love them for those moments that make them unique and rarefied? Love does not need to be in the existence of the space of perfection. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work right now. And that's the thing about it. If you're holding yours, like I'm telling you right now, if you're holding yourself to unrealistic expectations or standards, this energetic experience that we're having right now may feel very rough, because it makes the Venus in retrograde cycle makes everything look worse than it is. The Mercury retrograde cycle makes everything feel like it's falling apart, right? So I want you to understand that you're walking through that right now, right? You are walking through an energetic cycle that it feels like, and it's energetically screaming at you, everything is awful, everything is ugly. And then with Neptune transiting, nostalgia being created and saying everything good was back there. Okay. What do you do as you navigate that? What do you need to bring forth? What was the gift that we had prior to this experience? Leo full moon. Love does not need perfection to exist. Love exists in finding what it is that we care about. So I keep on seeing, if you're feeling this right now, if you're feeling energetically triggered, I want you to start putting that love back towards the self and allow that same level or degree of compassion not only to expand to the self, but to those around you, right? You are not flawed. This energy will make you feel like you are flawed. Let those flaws become facets. Let them, again, our journey is one where we find that sense, where we find that space of identifying and recognizing what beautiful is. And so a lot of this work, I want you to challenge yourself. And if you're feeling that weight, how can I make this beautiful? Okay? Don't say everything is ugly. Say, how can I make this beautiful? Now, as it relates, that's what we're seeing. If a lot of this energy right now in separation, I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing there's a lot of closing out of cycles and opening of cycles right now. And I'm telling you right now, a lot of that closing out of cycles that may be occurring have to be in the space about the difference between problem focused versus solution driven, right? Because here's the thing, if these are situations or circumstances where something wasn't moving forward because it isn't perfect, it's almost like that recognition point that that is an unattainable standard, you know? Like it's that moment of saying, if someone doesn't feel like they want to move forward in connection because they're always able to find a fault, it's like news break, flashing news. There's no existence that you inhabit where there isn't something that needs to be corrected for, right? So we're almost seeing and recognizing here that ability of understanding that, right? I can see some energy right now that is talking towards the fact that they're healing from circumstances or situations where they felt like they were being held to an impossible standard, right? Held to a point where it's like you can't, like it's like I keep on getting, it's like Zeno's paradox, because if someone doesn't want to move forward in a connection because they're always saying it's not perfect, you can always, like, it's like white glove, you can always find something. It's like Cinderella's never coming to the ball because, like, it's like you can always find something, right? To be an energetic blockage point. And this is why I keep on seeing that, like, a lot of that work in terms of recognizing and identifying what progress feels like, like a lot of that space, when we are able to be in that point of building into a pathwork of compassion, when we build that compassion for the self, that is the energy that then, this is why these are chariot partnerships that are forming right now, because this is the energy that says we don't wait for perfect to get done. This is the energy that says we don't wait till perfect to get done. We build with what we have. We make the best in terms of what's surrounding us to build the thing that pulls us forward, right? So there's a lot. I keep on seeing there's a scrappiness. There's a scrappiness to some of these partnerships that are forming during this time that are admirable, because it does feel like the type of energy that's chariot energy. They're like trying to move the chariot forward, and they're sticking the wheels on the chariot as it goes. You know what I mean? Like they're just kind of working through that. But that's why I see that there's a lot of this energy right now that feels like it's like these partnerships that are starting right now during this energy. They're slow to start, because I keep on seeing that the slowness is actually a space of compassion that they're giving to one another, because I keep on hearing that these are the energetic partnerships that are coming together that have been burned, not from a lack of love, but from a love that did not feel like love. Because when we hold love and we carry too much fear, our love doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're just giving someone our fears. So this is the energy that is approaching each other gently, to say to one another, not only is it safe to build a connection with me, but I've done that work on myself to navigate through my fear so that my love does not feel like I'm giving you fear, so that my love feels like love. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread for today are, we have here our Lover's card in its reversal and our King of Cups. Now, this is having a different impact depending on the frequency cycles. Now, for a lot of the energy right now that is coming into divine union, right, we have to define that a lot of these energies right now coming into divine union, remember, these are the warrior partnerships. So these were the partnerships that were occurring last month during the Mars retrograde. So the energetic connections that are coming together now are the chariot partnerships. The energetic connections that were coming through during that Mars retrograde cycle were effectively the warrior partnerships. So there's something really important about the warrior partnership in being able to see something about the self but not be triggered by it, right? A lot of the warrior energy doing that work on the self that doesn't allow oneself to be triggered, because when we're not able to be triggered, we're able to see with more clarity. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy that's building into a pathwork of nostalgia, being able to look back on a past version of self, potentially even sharing that past version of self with counterpart. And it's in that space of effectively, I keep on seeing that there's a disambiguation point that's happening in terms of energy, looking back upon a past version of self and saying, I wish that I knew you back then. And this is the energy that says to each other in connection, if you knew me back then, you wouldn't have liked me because I'm not the same person, right? Like, it's the energy that looks back with sentimentality, the counterparts looking back with sentimentality on something that another person is ruminating upon, right? Because that's sometimes that I keep on hearing that delightful unfolding that occurs when we understand the depth of a journey isn't necessarily characterized by what we can see on the outside, but what is occurring on the inside. Now, for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union right now, this is feeling like this is like this is like this is like this. I need to describe this right now. This is like crankiness. This is just working through like a lot of energetic rowdiness for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And a lot of that, like it feels, and I'll tell you, it's like, it's a lot of that Venus in retrograde cycle that makes one feel, I keep on seeing that one of the issues that's occurring right now for energy deep within divine union is not just being triggered for the self, but it's feeling not letting oneself be triggered for counterpart. Like it's a lot of this, like, it's a lot of this, you can't talk to them like that. Like, it's a lot of that hold me back kind of thing. Continuing to get clarification. Don't get triggered. Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't get triggered. Continuing to get clarification between our 4 of Cups in combination with our Ace of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our 9 of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is. Man, this Tower card all through this eclipse process. All through this eclipse process, this Tower card has been coming up like hotcakes. Now, before you get all stressed out, because I know how you guys get when you see the Tower card, we're going to go through this one more time. There's no reason to fear the Tower card, okay? So long as you're not in it, so long as a space that you've been working through your shadow work properly. Because often, I have to stress this, a lot of that work in identifying, like the Tower card is often those points of recognizing having to face one's fears, right? It's working in the context of the self. And I have to tell you, the thing with the Tower energy is, it is the same energy that a breakthrough is the same energy that also can ambiguate a breakdown, right? A breakthrough and a breakdown is all about how one carries something, right? It's not crumbling. It's not crumbling under the weight of something. It's working in that space of being able to feel, I keep on seeing, coming into that space of recognizing and identifying what an energetic hurdle is. It's identifying and recognizing what one feels is valuable and important. And this is why I keep on seeing that there's something about some of the energy right now. Like when I see Tower card energy, especially with some of the cards I see around this, it's navigating a trigger, right? It's working through triggering situations. What happens when we're triggered, right? When we're triggered, we don't move with intention, right? We allow our defensiveness to get the best of us. We allow an energetic feeling to, like, we lose sense of ourselves, right? And in those moments, this is often why sometimes when we go through eclipse cycles, we can sometimes backslide because often eclipse cycles, they can be very triggering. But when we're able to navigate through a trigger and observe it and be intentional, it's not the fact, when we're able to communicate the fact that we're feeling triggered instead of reacting to being triggered, we can have expansive moments, right? Because we recognize the fact that we've got a lot of energetic expression that's rising up within us, right? That fight or flight response, like that thing that makes us like, like that creates that sense in us. And we talk a lot about the fact that that energetic equivalent was there to protect us. But if we do not learn to heal, the things that are built within us to protect us will become the things that harm us, right? It's not about removing these things entirely. It's not about getting rid of things. It's understanding the reason why they're there in the first place. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that's happening right now as it relates to these connection points. Um, Now, for the energy deep within divine union, this is potentially feeling that sense of being triggered, not even for the sense of the self, but feeling a little bit of that defensiveness for those around the self, right? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. I keep on seeing there's a lot of that energetic fuel there. It's like creating a lot of space that is driving forward with intentionality, right? Because when we feel protective, when we feel defensive, but then again we're able to communicate or express in a way that I keep on seeing isn't hostility, it feels like it's energetic reason, then it becomes like I keep on seeing, it becomes a motivation forward, it becomes its own path, right? While for a lot of this energy here coming into divine union, what I feel like is so expansive during this time is potentially, I keep on seeing, I keep on seeing something about the energy. I keep on getting this. There's something about the energy right now coming into divine union that I keep on seeing someone say, like, I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing. I keep on seeing some kind of feeling of nostalgia arising in terms of looking at something in the past and someone saying like that you looked hot there and another person saying no, that was a mess, like a hot mess, which is like that space, it's like that space of kind of looking at something that says wow, I wish I knew you, and another person being like no, you did not. Because often when we're on that space of healing and another person sees our pathwork from the past and they articulate about the fact that we look interesting, like that past version of self looks interesting, the present self goes like no, 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 no. It goes no, 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 no. It's like it's a different thing because we know our own evolution, right? It's like I like that's the energy. Like I can see some energy. I just keep on seeing something where someone's like looking back on something and being like, you look beautiful there, and being like, that was a very confused person. Like that was some like that is someone that was trying to like it's a lot of that like work. I keep on hearing the outside that doesn't match the inside. And that's why there's so much trepidation. I keep on hearing these new partnerships, these chariot energy partners that are coming together right now. It's all baby steps. It's all baby steps. It's approaching each other carefully and gently. Because why? Because this is energy that has been harmed, not in the space of a lack of love, but love that did not feel like love. Because when we don't heal and we try to give love, the love gets miscommunicated as fear, right? The love becomes miscommunicated as hostility. The love becomes miscommunicated as something that feels very other than what another person says it is. So, this is why the energy is moving towards each other in a space of delicacy, articulating and saying, I want to show, like building into the pathwork of trust by saying, not only do I want to build a connection with you, but you are energetically safe with me, right? And so there's a lot I keep on hearing, like it's interesting because like I almost feel like it's interesting, and that's why I keeps on seeing that it's like chariot energy, because it's almost like the energy that's like skirting around each other. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Empress card in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? There it is. There's that Devil card. Oh, it's the eclipse. It's like the eclipse. Like I gotta tell you, doubts, fears, anxieties coming out of the woodwork. Here they come. And I gotta stress this. A lot of it, the reason it's feeling more intense right now is because I'm just going to describe to you what we're seeing is happening. Neptune is currently transiting out of Pisces and into Aries. And at the same time, okay, we've got Mercury retrograde, we've got Mercury and Venus that feel like they're going backwards. So it's almost like we got like a traffic jam. There's like a traffic jam at the conversion point between Pisces and Aries. And it's got Neptune, Mercury, and Venus just all bundled up together. Like just all bundled up together. And I keep on describing this as the nostalgia factory. Okay. It's the nostalgia factory because, like, here's the thing. Like Mercury is all about moving forward. Okay. Venus is all about a love. And then Neptune is all about the emotions. So the depth of things. So when you put those together, it's like memories. It's like you put those all together and you get like nothing is going anywhere ever again. Everything is going to be ugly forever going forward. But look how beautiful it was. Look what we've lost. And I just need to say this to you if you're feeling like this, snap out of it. Okay. I'm going to remind you the past, the perception of the past is an illusion because the past, when you're not looking at it with perspective, is where everything was beautiful and nothing hurt. Okay? The past is where everything was beautiful and then nothing hurt. So I want you to avoid the tendency of wanting to escape into the past right now as we're going through a lot of this transit. Because I'll tell you right now, and you know I'm not the type of person to say this. I'm not saying something from the past is coming back. I'm saying that emotionally, energetically, and spiritually right now, there could be a feeling of the past rising back up to the surface. And it's a comparison between now and then that may feel like it is somewhat triggering. Okay. I want you to understand that. And so I keep on seeing that this is what I meant about breakthroughs or breakdowns, and everything is being articulated as it relates to change. And that's why I'm seeing even now, if these are circumstances or situations where someone is like trying to come back to someone reminiscing on something, I just keep on getting the message. I just see something, some kind of situation of someone trying to reminisce upon something, and another person being in a space of being like, that's not something I reminisce upon. That's something I've been actively healing from. Like I keep on hearing like these moments where someone is trying to speak with speak in a space of singing about their feelings, and another person saying cut the music. You know what I mean? Like, because it's the understanding of not reminiscing but what feels like it's actually changed. And sometimes when someone reminisces upon something, instead of bringing forth what we know needs to be fixed, it doesn't feel like an energetic breakthrough. It feels like an amplification of what was wrong in the first place, right? I keep on hearing, it's like I keep on hearing it's like the new song versus the same old song. It's like the ability of understanding what change feels like, but not becoming nostalgic through it, right? Like that's like I keep on seeing like that's what's difficult about some of this eclipse energy. So if you're feeling that right now, I want you to focus on your manifestation goals. I want you to kind of keep like, if you have to ground right now through them, make sure you're doing so, continuing to get clarification. And we got to talk about this right now because look, this is I need to show you this right now. Masculine and feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, right? We've got the Empress in its reversal right now, and it's King of Cups in its reversal, and the Lover's card in its reversal. I'm telling you right now, it's like this Venus retrograde cycle with the Mercury retrograde cycle. I saw this coming last month. It's like Phantom of the Opera energy. It's like everything is ugly. Like it's like I'm gonna go hide kind of energy. Can I please get the Empress card in its reverse? A combination between the Empress and the Lover's card in its reversal. One card to clarify. Yeah, the Emperor in its reversal. Here we go. It's like there's like a lot of this energy here. It's like I just need to stress this. Like, I'm gonna listen to me. Don't let this get to you. You are not a mess. You are a work in progress. All right. Our job is not to be perfect so that our flaws become facets, So we work in that space of the minute we're able to put compassion on the place that we feel our flaws are, we're immediately able to extend that to those around us. And I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to save you a reading. Now is not the time to be taking things personally. Okay? Like, everybody, if you're on the ropes, okay, if you're feeling like you're on the ropes, I want you to imagine everybody else is on the ropes too. What makes you are not exceptional. You are special, but you are not exceptional in this. And the moment we recognize that we are all special, but we are not exceptional, is that we recognize that we're all going through it together. This can be an expansive time. This can be a time of deep healing. But we have to, I'm telling you right now, I saw this in the Leo full moon coming up. The Leo full moon is a dress rehearsal. If there's a moment where everyone's going through it and you try to make it too much about yourself, it comes through. Like, don't get in your own way right now. Remember, let that compassion guide you forward. Let that sense of understanding pave the way. And listen, if you're wincing or you don't like me saying that, then I'm going to say it to you twice as much right now, because it's all that Aries energy. Nobody's got any time for anything, right? Everybody is feeling pressed on time right now. Saturn is right behind Neptune, okay? This is having an impact. Everyone feels like there isn't enough time to do things. Everyone feels a little behind right now. So when we're able to have compassion for everyone's timing, right? Instead of saying, getting into that space of being like, like right now, like I'm telling you, it's like it's requiring a lot of patience and compassion. Okay. Continuing to get clarification between our Lover's card in its reversal, in combination with our King of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification. There's that Hangman in its reversal. That's a card we're going to be studying at our next tarot class in April, on April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is not the time. Don't get into all this woe is me energy now, right? Don't get into all of that accusatory space, right? Because we're going to talk about this. This has been coming through heavy, right? What happens when we want to accuse another of something, right? It's you, right? I don't want to do, like, I can't do anything. It's you, right? What do we do when we become in that space that we overly, it's like when we say you suck, it's the same thing as saying I suck. Because when you say you suck, you go, I don't have to do anything. It's not me, right? When I say I suck, you go, oh, I can't do anything. This is just, I'm the worst, right? That woe is me energy that keeps us in a space of not being able to activate upon something, right? Moving out of the space of feeling in that space of like, just like working in that context of feeling that heaviness, right? When we feel that energetic heaviness, and this is why I keep on getting the fact that the Leo energy helps us in this way, feeling that weight. And then what happens when we feel the weight? When we recognize the honor of the burden that we carry, right? When we don't put our head down, when we put our head up, right? When we don't feel like something is happening to us, but it is something that we find the ability to, or determination to bear, we can move mountains, right? We can find that inner strength within us. And it's like that moment that, I keep on hearing, it's the difference between saying to the self, this is too heavy, versus the ability to say, it is a joy to carry this burden, right? That what we carry, the weight of it speaks towards its significance. And that's why I keep on seeing that for some of the energy and separation, this is why I see some of these partnerships that are forming right now, there's hesitation there. There's conscientiousness, because I keep on hearing this energy that's building towards one another. And what are they saying as they come together? I don't want to be a burden, right? I hear this energy saying, I'm healing so that my love does not feel like a burden, right? Because when we heal, we encounter our fear. We heal our fear so that the translation of our love does not come across to those we care about as fear. So this is the energy that when they introduce themselves to each other, what they're really saying behind the words is, I'm healing to carry my burden because I don't want my love to be a burden. I want it to lift up, not feel like it holds down. While for a lot of this energy right now, Like I keep on hearing like the energy coming into divine union feels like they're coming up for air. You know, I can see some energy feeling like they're coming up for air because they're looking back at something and another person saying, you look beautiful. And another person saying, I'm surprised I survived that. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like I see the energy going, you look beautiful. And someone being like, I'm surprised I survived that. Because there's something about that here that the energy, like the energy feels, like I told you, nostalgia is being created. So it's like that moment of being able to reminisce, being able to look at something through new eyes, and suddenly I keep on seeing something looks sweeter to another, but it looks worse for the self, right? It's almost like that moment that we recognize how far the journey has taken us. But I feel like even in that space, I keep on hearing for some of the energy deep within divine union, it feels like a release and a relief because it's the energy that, recognizes that they have a long way to go, but they also appreciate how far they've come. I keep on hearing it's like I keep on whenever I have that message, it says spirit has a hand on each shoulder, which is like I always like to point out, spirit is like gives one pat of congratulations and one pat of consolation. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, this is a lot. Like look, this is a lot of work right now in feeling hard on the self, right? There's a lot of sentimentality here, right? There's a lot of this like there's a lot of this feeling of there's a lot like listen, there's just a lot of feeling right now in relationality to feeling really hard to the self. And here's the thing, when you hold yourself, and this is what I'm going to say for the energy deep within divine union, because I've got both the energies here, masculine and feminine. Here's the thing, they're both in it, like they're both feeling this right now. Okay, when we hold ourselves to high standards, it always feels a little bit like we're letting ourselves down. It's like the irony of being on a compassionate path. It's like when you build into that space of holding yourself to a high standard, it can kind of suck. It can kind of suck because like you always feel in some way that you could be doing more. And I'm going to tell you right now, you're doing just fine. If you're in that space, this is not the time to be splitting hairs. This is the time to identify, and I feel like that's that space of the counterparts that look towards one another and they give each other that space of compassion and reminding themselves, like acting as that clear mirror to each other and saying, your job is not to be perfect. Again, it's the same thing I've been saying. Perfection is a cardinal destination. It's not something you can chart on the map. It's always ahead of us, right? So being able to navigate that desire for perfection with proportionality right now is very important. Continuing to get clarification between our tower card and the devil card in its upright. These two together, oh, it's like, ugh. Let's work through this to an extent. Can I get one card? Yep. This is that 10, the 10 of Pentacles in its upright, right? I'm just going to tell you right now, there's something about this eclipse that's bringing out a lot of feelings of fear. If you are someone that struggles with anxiety right now, this might not be a very good transit for you, because I can kind of see that like there's something about this energy that it's like a lot of that, it's like working through a lot of those spaces. But this is why I keep on seeing being able to have clarity. Remember the lessons that we navigated during the Mars retrograde. What were the lessons that we worked through during the Mars retrograde? Confidence and courage are cousins. They look the same, but they're very different. Why? Because confidence is surety. Confidence doesn't require courage. Confidence is feeling sure about something. Courage is existing in the space of being able to face one's fear. When we are courageous, it's not that we never feel confident when we're required to have courage. Why would you need confidence if you have courage? If you're sure about something, you don't need to be able to face fear. Often having courage is the vibration of feeling like one is facing the fear. It doesn't feel courageous. It sometimes feels it feels disempowering. It almost feels, sometimes it feels energetically dangerous, right? Because often when we're in that modality of having to confront our fear, being able to identify it, being able to understand the nature of it, that helps us recognize who we are and what is important to us. So I keep on seeing, if you're going through this path work right now and it's hard for you, like I like to describe, like you guys, if you've been here before, I like to describe, look at that fear. Look at that fear that you carry, almost like, again, a little child. I like to describe it, it's like the little creepy child, right? And when like the little creepy child comes up to you, sometimes it taps you and goes, "I made you something," and you're like, "Oh my God, what?" And it shows you something, right? And you go, "That's weird." Okay, like that's weird. Like it's like that moment that you look at that, you go, "That's okay. That's something. We're gonna put this here, right?" It's like it's something about working through what isn't communicable. But like when we're in that space, and again, the fear that's within us is there to protect us. So when we're able to have the fear that's healthy, the energy of the energetic child comes and like pulls on us. "Oh my gosh, you scared me!" And you go, "I made you something." You're like, "What'd you make me?" And then you look at the picture and you go, "You know what? That's something we can address. That's something that we can take care of. Thank you for that note." Right. So I feel like I want you to think about that right now. If you're feeling a lot of that anxiety or uncertainty, don't just move in accordance to it. Ask yourself where it comes from to understand better what its source is, to allow you to move it into a space that feels like it's energetically productive. Right. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy and separation right now, working through those experiences. Like I think that there's something really painful as it relates to some of these connections, because I can see some energetic connections that are healing from experiences where they're saying, the possibility of being able to move forward in a certain way wasn't there because like someone was articulating that they cared, but it didn't feel like what they were giving me was care. It just felt like they were giving me their fear, right? Like that's why we work to heal, so that our love feels like love. And that's why I see for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, that ability, like that's why I see for some of that energy, like I see some energy looking back at somebody. I see the energy like looking back at a past version of counterpart fondly, and the other person saying, like, "This is what I mean about them saying, like, that you look very beautiful there," and another person saying, "That wasn't beautiful, that's a very scared person you're looking at." Right? Because that's the energy that's like working in the context of seeing and understanding how far they've come. Like it's almost like I keep on hearing that sentimentality that arises when we can see beyond the surface of something and we remember the inner world that existed behind it. While for a lot of this energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of that energy that's just working. I keep on saying working to maintain the energetic standard. But the only thing I'm going to kind of say right now is allowing oneself not to feel overly protective in relationality to the counterpart. Because I keep on seeing like there's something about this here, which is like I keep on hearing the word respectfully. I keep hearing the word respectfully because you know like there's a little bit there's a little bit of this energy here, like, and this is the thing about it, there's some kind of work that is happening right now for energy deep within divine union that expresses and articulates the need of understanding that compassion in all things does not require one to be an energetic doormat. That's where this is coming from, right? That compassion for all things does not require one to be an energetic doormat. It's almost like that space of being able to amplify and articulate um, like healthy boundaries. And the reason that we say that is because the compassion that we give to others does not negate the compassion of the self, right? Like that's the thing about it. It's like that's why you can exist in a space where you can have healthy boundaries without being an energetic doormat, because you can have you can respectfully maintain what another needs without feeling like you're being irrespective to what you need in the process. Continuing to get clarification between the devil card in its upright in combination with our emperor card in its reversal. Yep, we've got here, boom, we've got here like a double 10 cards. Make sure that you go and take a look at today's spread if you're following us on the podcast, because this is there's a lot of intensity in this spread. And I keep on hearing like the major message right now that is articulating a lot of these energetic connections at this time is I keep on hearing problem focused instead of solution oriented. Problem focused instead of solution oriented. Why is that coming through? Because, and we've talked about this, if we're in a space that we understand that a limitation or blockage is always in defining a problem, one can always find a space where problems exist, right? If this is a modality where you say that there's always a reason why you can't, then you will always find a reason why you cannot, right? There's always a reason. Like it's a lot of like it's a Zeno's paradox situation. It's a situation where if you're saying like you can't wait for perfect. Perfect does not exist. Ideal is not to be found. Ideal is what you do with it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work, and I can see is that there's some energy right now in like across the frequencies that is working in that context. And it does feel like that, like if there's any kind of, and I keep on saying, if there's any kind of polarization that's occurring right now, and it has a lot to do with the fact that Jupiter's in Gemini, it has to do in the context of what feels like it's productive versus what feels like it's dwelling, right? Like what feels like it's ruminating on something without finding something that feels like it's an energetic solution point. Um, I keep on getting a mess. Bitterness is what happens when we stew. Is what I keep hearing. When we stew. Bitterness is what happens when we stew. But that's why we see like not allowing oneself to become bitter almost creates that space that you remain in a point of activation because you don't get caught like stewing on something. You just allow oneself to move in it. Like I keep on seeing like these are the messages that come through with Neptune. I keep on hearing like it's giving me like the funny thing about I keep on hearing, and this is the thing about it with like the Neptune transit is it's not a shipwreck, it's hidden treasure, right? Like the ability to look at something and not just focus on the negative, but try to build into the context of what one can fix, right? Like what one can heal, what one is doing. That's why I see that there's so much of this frustration point here because it's the difference between feeling the sense of wanting to stew in something versus doing something that actually feels like it's energetically productive. And so I keep on seeing that this is happening across all the frequencies right now as it relates to, I keep on hearing direction. Like it's like identifying what feels like it has direction. Now, and for a lot, and I'm going to say this is having a big impact right now on the energy and separation, because especially if there's something that is occurring here from the past, wherein there's some of that articulation point, there's some of that space of being able to identify, and like I keep on seeing like the difference between something coming back, like this is the difference between this. I keep on hearing this is a difference between nostalgia and progress. And I keep on seeing that for something about the energy and separation, the ability to tell the difference between someone being nostalgic for something that you're healing from or someone truly wanting to progress, understanding that something needs to change. This is what is amplifying the direction versus the things that are closing right now in partnership, in separation versus what is opening, right? And a lot of that I keep on hearing, and I keep on hearing density, like depth is not direction. Feeling the intensity of something isn't direction. The only thing that is direction is direction. And that's why I keep on hearing that a lot of these partnerships that are occurring right now in separation, the fundamental point that we're identifying is this is the energy. This is why they're chariot partnerships. They're saying the one thing I will never do is create confusion because it's a continuation of the lesson that says we are not responsible for the feelings that we create in each other. If I can't go in and change the way you feel, it's not my responsibility. There's only one feeling within the self that I am responsible for if I engender it in you, and that is confusion, because confusion can always be brought forth with clarity. So that's why I keep on seeing that these are energies that are creating right now. They're hesitant, but they're giving each other clarity, continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card and our Hangman in its reversal. I'm just going to tell you this right now. I'm already one card to clarify. Yep, Two of Swords in its reversal. So I just need to stress this right now. I would not be surprised right now. So when I see masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to right now, the energies are parallel. The energies are parallel right now. So I would not be surprised if there isn't a lot of activation right now between the energy. Um, and a lot of that, like I keep on seeing, like there's a lot of, I'm going to just explain to you what I'm seeing for masculine and feminine right now. Feminine is very much in the space of going on the journey of the self, working on that context of feeling, and I keep on hearing, working through the feeling. Feminine keeps on healing from the wound of feeling like they're perpetually disappointing the energy surrounding the self, is what I keep on seeing. And what's beautiful about that, even though it's triggering, is, and this is why I keep on seeing, I feel like feminine, like, um, and that's why I keep on hearing a lot of feminine being in that space of working through the context of disappointment to such an extent of basically articulating and saying that feminine is healing from the feeling of fearing of disappointing another because they're asking the logical question. And when you feel like you're disappointing another, you have to immediately ask the question and say, what were they expecting? Right? Like it's like it's okay to disappoint some energy. It's like when you're on the pathwork of self, you have to be ready to disappoint those around you because it's often in those moments that you recognize what another's expectations are for you versus what's in service to the self. It's like a lot of this energy of the feminine that's like I keep on seeing, like respectfully, we don't take each other's pathwork personally because when we're focused on our own, we're not building into the expectation of what we demand from another, right? So there's a lot of, I keep on seeing there's a lot of that fortitude that's coming through right now for a lot of the energetic feminine energy. And I like it because it feels very much like the type of force that is working in the context of um, building appreciation for the self and the journey of the self, but also like arriving at a place of not feeling fear or anxiety as it relates to the expectations of those surrounding the self, right? That's hard because as feminine tries to heal that, it feels like feminine's getting used to experiencing those moments of disappointment. Now, for masculine energy, I see masculine energy simultaneously being on a very similar journey of the self, but this may feel more akin to questioning oneself, a questioning one's own ability, questioning one's own emotions. And this is often a hurdle that I see that occurs right now, particularly for masculine energy. I keep on saying that masculine has a harder time identifying the fact that the ephemeral exists. I keep on getting this message. Masculine has a harder time um, recognizing the space that that the ephemeral exists, and that's what's funny about that. Like it feels like masculine is healing from the fact of having to recognize that feelings are real and valid. Like that's the thing about it. It's like I see some masculine energy that's like I'm starting to entertain the possibility that feelings exist. But like here's the thing, like working through the emotions, like and it starts with we can I don't mean that, like and I'm sure if you're masculine energy, I hope that you understand what I mean here. When we refuse to acknowledge our own feelings exist, we are not able to acknowledge others. And that's the thing, like masculine is recognizing that the pathwork to being able to honor another's emotions, they have to honor their own. Like that's the thing about it. Like masculine is like, oh no, the feelings, because like it's in that moment that masculine embraces their feelings. Then they're no longer running away from them, and that means that in kind they're no longer running away from others' feelings in the process. Like that's the thing. Like it requires the masculine to find that strength within, right? The bravery to be vulnerable. Continuing to have clarification between our 10 of pentacles and our 10 of swords and its reversal, right? Yep, we've got here the judgment card and its reversal, because here's the thing, when we don't, and everything has to, okay, we're going to talk about this right now because everybody misunderstands this. Honoring the feelings, right? And this is a different message for masculine and feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For feminine, honoring the feelings doesn't mean that you just talk about your feelings all the time. Okay, here's the thing, because here's the thing, feelings change. Feelings are like the ocean, they're like waves, they move. When we're in a space of introspecting, we interrogate our own feelings first to understand what the feelings are asking for, right? For masculine, we cannot make room for others' emotions. We cannot honor others' emotions unless we honor our own. How are you going to honor another's emotions if you refuse to honor your own? The esteem that we give to our emotions is immediately the same esteem that we give to those around us. The ability to become empathetic and compassionate is not for display, because it's the authenticity act. It's the act that it happens inwards, because the pathway in doing so, the like, it doesn't allow for it. It's like the moment that we honor our own, it's like they immediately, like the minute that we start to honor and appreciate and introspect upon our emotions is the minute that we can understand and recognize the emotions of those around us, right? It's like requiring that journey inward. But it's complicated because I feel like there's a lot of that work as it relates to masculine, doing that work of trying to, like, trying to face like emotions that they feel like they've been avoiding, right? Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of swords and its reversal in combination with our 2 of swords and its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is. I knew that was coming through. This is a very vulnerable energy, right? I'm going to say this again. Do you think getting stronger means you feel strong? Have you ever tried to get good at something? You usually feel like you're a mess when you're doing it, right? When we're working on healing, it's messy. We don't heal to feel good. We don't heal to feel good. We heal because it's good for us. We don't heal because it feels good. We heal because it's good for us. Feels good is good, right? And sometimes I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that, like, this is why we talk a lot about that space of like moving away from righteousness, because often when we start to feel righteousness, and that's when we got to start questioning ourselves, because there's always something to learn, there's always some space of expanding, there's always some space of identifying something that isn't in the realm, like there's always something more to understand is what I keep seeing. And the thing about it is, you know when we navigate the world in the space of being a perpetual student, we are constantly in a space of learning, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't know anything. We arrive in a place that we say, I'm glad to have found myself here. I am ready to give forth, but I'm also ready to receive, right? I keep on hearing existence is a collaborative act, because it's both receptive, and it's tangible, right? It's the give and take that we often experience as we navigate. I keep on seeing sublime moments in our journey, right? And it's not easy, right? It sometimes allows for those spaces of being vulnerable. But again, that vulnerability, that adaptability, the ability to the ability to not, I keep on hearing, the ability not to ruminate, but to expand, allows for the difference between a breakthrough and a breakdown, right? Because it's not a space where, like, again, it's not a space where, like, I keep on hearing, it's a no grumbling zone. It's like not about grumble. It's not about grumbling. It's about doing something. It's about putting some activation to something. And the thing about it is, and I'm going to tell you right now, like some of this, like some of this eclipse energy, it feels very good to grumble. Like it feels very good to grumble. But instead, I keep on hearing, instead of grumbling, be humble, right? Because when we grumble about something, we just complain. We're saying we complain in a way that we can't do anything. But when we're humble, we look at something and say, what can I do to make something better? right? And I keep on seeing that this is why for a lot of the energy in separation right now, that feeling, I can see some energy that's actively healing between the difference between someone. I keep on hearing like someone trying to come back to fix something, still still talking about what was wrong instead of having a conversation as to how to make something better, right? Like the difference between someone coming into a space of always finding fault. And it's sometimes in those moments that we've had distance, right? We've gotten clarity, and then someone comes back to us and it's like the same, I'm hearing the same grumbling, the same ability of talking about what's wrong instead of talking about what could be made better, that we get clarity as to what was wrong in the first place. And at the same time, this is why I keep on hearing that some of these new, and the reason that some of these new partnerships that are forming right now are chariot energy is because this is the energy that says, I don't spend time grumbling about what I wish could be. I keep on hearing wishes. Wishes are for people who aren't doing anything. Like wish. The only difference between a wish and a manifestation is a wish is looking at something and wishing for it, and manifestation is the wish made active. Manifestation says I don't. That's why I keep on hearing the thing about some of these chariot partnerships that are forming right now is they actually are saying to each other, I don't wish, right? Because wishing is not doing, because longing is not activating. So this is the energy that says, like, like this is the energy that I can hear the energy almost saying as it relates to the past. And this is why if they're unpacking the past that they built forth, they're going, I wish something was different, but they're not fixated on it because they're saying, I recognize that wishing does not make something real. It's like the energy that's like, do you understand? It's like the energy that's disillusioned from wishing for something to be different because they're operating in the space of clarity, right? So that's the energy that says, I keep on hearing the energy in separation saying, I don't wish so that I can dream, right? I don't wish so that I can dream. Continuing for the final card for today's spread between our judgment card in its reversal in combination with our strength card in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification. Wow, man, make sure that you go take a look at today's spread because it is wild. We've got three 10 cards out right now. We got the 10 of cups is our final card for today. And this is what I mean. Like this is what I meant about that sense of saying, I don't wish, I dream, right? Because wishing is the latent state of manifestation. Like wishing is like putting forth a desire but not doing anything to make it active. It's easy, like I keep on seeing it's easy to wish for things, but doing things does things. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy, like that's why it feels like a positive disillusion, like it's a positive disillusion because this is the energy that says wishing doesn't accomplish anything, doing things does things, activating does things, doing things in a practical manner. And that's why I feel like for a lot across the frequencies right now, it does feel like I want to see, you see this, like, and I want you to look at this spread. Make sure that you head over to Substack and you can see the full spread. Do you see like going through, like, this is like what shadow work, like this spread looks like what shadow work looks like, which is encountering the fears, but then moving through determination through them and allowing oneself to find the point of having a breakthrough, right? And that breakthrough is working towards the manifestation goal, is being able to look at something and say, is this moving in the direction of it? Or is it dwelling in the fact that something was not that? And I keep on hearing, like, that um, there's something really fundamental that's happening across all the frequencies that almost articulates about the fact that someone would rather dwell than do anything, right? It's very easy to dwell on things because dwelling on things almost creates that context by which you're not doing something. So there's something really fundamental there, because what I'm effectively seeing is, again, and this is why I keep on seeing that and I got to tell you, this is all of that Aries energy that I'm seeing, because again, for the energy deep within divine union, there's something about focusing on what is positive, not allowing oneself to feel overwhelmed as it relates to fears or looking at the negative, but trying to focus on path work of what feels like it is. I don't want to say overly positive, but constructive, right? I keep on hearing the word constructive is like the key word right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. For energy coming into divine union, I keep on hearing this is the paradox. This is a lot of energy that's coming into divine union that's working through the paradox of sometimes when things look good on the outside, is not articulating how we feel on the inside. And this may have to do with some nostalgia that's being formed on something the counterpart is looking at and saying, like, I know it looks good, but it wasn't good, right? Like it's working through the context of looks good is, feels good is good. While for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, the word constructive is coming through right now. There's a lot of energy shifting right now in separation. And a lot of that shift, especially if there's something coming back from the past, the word that is amplifying whether something is moving in a positive direction or not is the word constructive. If someone's dwelling on something, it's not constructive. If someone's ruminating on something, it's not constructive. If someone comes back in a place that it feels like they're still complaining about something, it doesn't feel constructive. Progress is progress. And that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of the new energetic connections that are forming right now, they feel like breakthrough energy, because this is the energy that says, rest assured, I'm going to energetically protect you by not creating any sense of confusion in relationality to where something is going. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, especially with the 8 of Cups in its reversal. This is having to do with like working through, like I keep on hearing, like the thing about it is, and I think it's interesting because like it feels like this eclipse is built to make you want to dwell. Right, it does. It feels like all the energy that's like dwell, like bemoan. But like when we're in that space where when we have a clear vision of ourselves, like we don't like I keep on saying, like, don't fall for the illusion of this eclipse. You know what I mean? Like it's like you have to disbelieve in the illusion of the eclipse that I keep on telling you is like the joint chords of being like everything is awful, everything is ugly, everything is getting worse. You know, like it's like a lot of that energy that's a combination for, and like everything was better in the past, it's never going to be that good again. Like it's a lot of that work, and I'm telling you right now, it's the bundle of planets that are pushing out of Pisces into Aries, right? And again, it's like when we have a clarification point of ourselves, we lose the ability of desiring to dwell, because while it might feel good, it's not productive, it's not constructive, you know. It feels almost energetically indulgent. But I also see right now, like that's why I say, if you're feeling a little bit of this slog right now, if you're feeling like on the ropes in this eclipse cycle, I keep on hearing, write down that list of things that you can do to feel better. Give yourself that list, baby steps. Remember, you don't have to, big change is not necessary for change. Tiny steps pay off. So even like, again, even if you're taking baby steps right now, let those baby steps guide you forward, because, you know, everything I keep on hearing, and this is why it's incubation energy. Like small steps lead to big action, right? Being patient with ourselves. Sometimes, again, it's very, very much the same message. How do you swallow a whale? The same way that you would swallow a mouse, one bite at a time. Having those moments, giving yourself those spaces, not being too hard on yourself, not feeling energetically overwhelmed. And if you feel overwhelmed, break it down. If you still feel overwhelmed, break it down even further, right? Write down your victories right now. Let that like build, I keep on hearing, build that cord, let that cord guide you. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. I also want to give you guys a couple of insights before we get started on personal readings. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent tarot class on the Justice card. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, now is a great time to become a member to our Tarot Church class program, because as a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. So you've got almost a full month to catch up if you would like to catch up. It's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied in each class. But if you want to get that robust education, ready before we have that class, now would be a great time to join. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we're studying or have currently studied. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute uh, novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. They are focused on each individual's spiritual goals and personal journey work. I take a very limited number of students for this reason. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase them per dream or as a package. I simply ask, if you purchase the package, that you make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key messages and themes coming across to you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Rose. You got our highest gifter for today. And Bridget, you got second. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, I'm taking a picture of today's spread. If you would care to see today's spread, I would deeply encourage you guys, if you followed this reading, to take a look at today's spread, because it is very beautiful. If you would like to see today's spread, you can find it over on my Substack. It'll be posted there later today when I post the podcast. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But as I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 5th person read for. Also, friends, we are at 31. We are at 31K. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a random giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. All right. Hi there, Irma. Good to see you. Chasey, thank you for the follow. Have a beautiful day, Dwayne. Adina, thank you for sharing the live. Go ahead and say hi in the comments, Adina. Guys, I did a beautiful podcast with Adina a couple of months ago. You can find it in the collaborations section of my Substack. Be sure to give Adina a follow. She has a wonderful podcast. Hope you're having a great day, dear. Hi there, Mandy. Thank you for confirmation. All right. And thank you for the compliment, Solstice. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Bren, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. 45. Oh my God, your hair is beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you as well, Elisa. And Bren, thank you for resubscribing. Irma, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Bethany. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Welcome, Jessica, as well, over on the place where we keep the videos. For those joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list as well, you can. You just need to head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio to be added to the list. Thank you for the follow, 45. Addie, the pity party seems to be a vibe lately. I listen, Addie, we saw this coming. We saw this coming. It was already there. I'm going to stress this. We saw it coming when we were navigating the Leo full moon. The Leo full moon was a dress rehearsal. It was a dress rehearsal to this. And what did we have to navigate with the Leo full moon? Not getting in some kind of woe is me mentality. You know, woe is me or woe on them. Woe is me or woe on them doesn't get anything done, right? Like that's effectively a lot of this energy here. It's like, it's a lot of that energy. Woe is me, woe on them is like clarification on why someone isn't doing something, you know? Mary, don't let perfect get in the way of good. No, it's a lot of that Virgo lesson right now, Mary. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Dwayne. Kimmy, wow, I walked into an answer I was waiting for the universe to answer me back on. I'm so glad this message found you, Kimmy, and thank you for being here to receive it. I feel that. Thank you, Helen. Elisa, thank you for those gifts. Thank you, Kimmy. Have a beautiful day, Dwayne. Love does not need perfection. Nope. It does not. Thank you, Helen. Feeling all of that. Came here to hear this. Thank you as well, Elisa. Christina, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Continue to exhale. Continue to breathe through it right now, Elisa. Kimmy, oh my God, you're reading me right now. Thank you for receiving these messages. And Lace, thank you for sharing the live. Mr. David, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Mary, I had to deal with perfection in my marriage. I was never perfect. It got in the way of good. Again, our path work does not require us to be perfect. It requires progress, right? Being able to identify that mutual progress is important, not fixating on what's not working. Helen, thank you for the follow. And again, thank you, Chasey, for the follow. Jordan, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for confirmation, Helen. Thank you, Maria, for sharing the live. And thank you for those gifts. Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Luna, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ashton. Hi there, Irma. Feeling that 100%. Tap to claim autumn. Had a breakdown yesterday. It's okay, Ashton. Make sure you're hydrating right now. Make sure you're honoring your feelings. Every day is a new day, right? Let that reaffirm you. Okay? It definitely feels like someone is coming back. Listen, you know me. I'm not someone who's always saying someone's coming back, but I just have to say, if there's that's why I keep on saying, especially with Neptune moving right now and Venus in retrograde and Mercury on top of it, something's coming back spiritually, emotionally, or physically. It's nostalgia. It's like nostalgia, you know. Phantom of the Opera energy makes sense. My lover is a grumpy sunshine. It really is. Like, it's a lot of this energy right now. It feels like, everybody just feels like, oh, like everybody just feels like, you know? And thank you for sharing the live, AVH. Siobhan, that resonates with me as well. Phantom of the Opera vibes. I'm telling you, and it doesn't help the fact that Jupiter's in Gemini. Like, it's like a lot of like, it's like the eclipse came at a very discordant note, is what I keep on getting. It's like, duh! It's like, JD, I'm back. No, you didn't miss your reading. You'll never miss your reading. I always confirm you're here before I start, dear. Jordan, thank you for the follow. We are all broken. That's where the light comes in. Tap to claim. Thank you for confirming that to them, Bridget. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grateful for you to be here as well, Helen. Thank you, Hank, for the follow. Divine union. Divine union, Siobhan, is, I keep on saying, it's the state of, I like to define it best as the state of feeling the reciprocal nature of a healthy energetic connection. So it's effectively, I describe it as the flow state in a healthy relationship, right? It doesn't require it to be perfect, but it feels like it's like that moment of energetic reciprocity, right? Like I keep on, it's the sacred breath of healthy union, if that helps. And slapping catch up. Thank you for the follow. I don't know what your your username means. I just know I kind of love it. Limber, thank you for the follow as well. And thank you, Donna, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Bridget, I asked my creepy child self what they brought me from now on. Thank you. I totally understood this, hadn't totally understood this concept, but maybe confidence is something you can put on. Here's the thing about it. Confidence is something that we confidence comes from surety, right? Confidence comes from the space that we know something to be true. Courage is what we do in the face of standing towards uncertainty. And that's why we call them cousins, because they look alike, a lot alike, but they're never in the same place, you know? I hope that helps. Courage is something inside, tap to claim. That's a good way of looking at it too. Bridget, I feel like the creepy child is my ex hovering over my shoulder. But I mean, here's the thing: the creepy child that is your fear, it loves you. That's the thing; it loves you. It wants to show you things. Like, it's like that's the thing about it. It's like it loves you. I like to point out the creepy child that is your fear loves you. It wants to show you things, but it doesn't want. It doesn't mean to scare you. I like to point out. Your favorite. Thank you for the follow. Problem with strictly communicating via text. No, I mean, and here's the thing. Listen, strictly communicating over text during Mercury retrogrades is an absolute nightmare, right? Because there's a lot of places to like. I keep on seeing there's a lot of potentiality in misunderstanding what someone means. Don't assume anything during eclipse cycles, right? Check your facts. Check your facts. Okay. Measure twice, cut once. Addie, bitterness is what happens when we stew. Love this. Thank you, Addie. Um, thank you for the help, Bridget. And Rose, thank you for all of those gifts. Thank you for confirmation, Tiffany. Masculine is going to masculine. I mean, feminine's going to feminine. You know, like it's a work, like mutual work right now. And I got to tell you right now, masculine and feminine both going through this. Like there's a profound amount of alignment in today's reading as it relates to feeling like working through some of that. Yep. Good morning. Good morning to you as well, Red Eye. Masculine. Oh, and I have feelings too. Yes. Feelings give masculine the icky. Not all masculine. But I need to stress this, it's hard for a lot of masculine energy, especially masculine energy that was taught or told that the only way they could embody masculinity was if they turned off their feelings. Like, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of masculine energy that's learning to redefine masculinity. Not like understanding stoicism isn't about shutting the feelings off. It's feeling everything and finding the strength to persevere through it. Thank you as well, Bridget. Exactly. And that was taught to some as a child. So it's not their fault. This is a fault-free space. We don't talk towards fault here. We talk towards what is productive and how we have to heal. Thank you for confirmation as well, Tiffany. It just doesn't work like to regret. Exactly. It's not productive. I keep on hearing the message, regret is not constructive. Regret is a reason why and one isn't doing something, you know? Thank you for confirmation, Red. Sadie, still talking about what was wrong instead of how to make it better. Yes, thank you for confirmation. Absolutely. Two birds. Thank you as well, Jesse. 10 of Cups. I love the 10 of Cups that we're ending here. Listen, big spread today. We've got 3 of the 10s out. Referring to effects and reflect. Beautifully said, Rory. Good news. I agree. The 10 we're missing right now is the Ten of Wands is what I'm seeing here. But I gotta show you guys something if it helps. We have the Ten of Wands out. Why? I'll show you here. We've got the Nine of Wands with the Ace of Wands. So this is technically a Ten of Wands. That's technically a Ten of Wands, right? Again, working with what you have. Thank you, Rory. And thank you, Adam, for those gifts. Yes, it does feel very dwelling, especially when the universe is making you rest and sit still. And that's like, here's the thing about it. Like, that's why I keep on seeing like, like no stewing during this eclipse. Like, get productive, you know? Straight up. Thank you, Rory. Can't dwell, gotta move. Exactly. And that's the Aries energy. Like Aries is like, you know, like Aries is always like raise the roof kind of energy, you know? You're so welcome, Lumera. I'm so glad this message resonated. Thank you. Yes, Bridget Tarot class. I love the word robust. It's a great word. It's a fitting word, right? Like not ruminating, robust, like you know, like expansive. And thank you for those gifts. Me too. It reminds me of one of my grandmother's tomato sauces. Yes, she used to call it that. Yeah. Like something that like it's complicated, but complicated in a positive way. Rose, thank you so much. Um, no. You like. Thank you so much for that donation. I want to ask you because here's the thing. You got the highest gifter, and I did see that you sent additional. So I wanted to ask: are we doing one reading? Do you want one reading where I give you extra cards, or do you have additional, like more than one question that you wanted to ask today? Because effectively you can have basically two different questions, or we can have one question that I can draw additional cards on. I can also, if you'd like, I can hold that reading that you won for another day. You can be put on the hold list if you prefer that as well. Just let me know what you would prefer. And Rove, thank you so much for the follow. Please add my free reading to my present. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, dear. Sweet Belle. Oh, thank you so much, Crystal. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over some of the comments that came through. Is Substack a free site or subscription based? So Mary, it's a free site. You can go to my Substack. It is free there. Now, there is a subscription attached to the Substack. So if you become a paid subscriber to my Substack, your paid subscription to my Substack is your enrollment into the Tarot Church program. So if you follow me on Substack, you will have access to each day's podcast and recordings. You'll also have access to my newsletter. If you continue into becoming a paid subscriber to Substack, you will have access to the classes. And Grand Rising, Adina. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day. Guys, there's Adina if you want to give her a follow. Amazing podcast. Had a great time having that conversation with her. Hi there, Nicole. And AV, thank you for sharing the live. Lumera, thank you for sharing the live as well. I finally have the time to enjoy the personal readings. Last one was Wednesday. So happy. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, And welcome, Ruby. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'll leave it to you. Check your DMs. I've got you, dear. I like the idea of the one big one today and chewing on all the info. You've got it, Rose. Happy to do so. And Mr. David, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. As I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. If you get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. We are also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 32.1K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The first person we are reading for today is Rose. Rose, you seem to be, it sounds to me like you may have put your information in the comments as it relates to the reading. I'm going to pull them up now. Can you just let me know that you're here by responding in all caps? And if the question is not in the notes, you can put it in the comments here, or if not, I'm going to check the notes now. All right, just bear with me one moment. And if you're just joining us, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today over on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church or over on my Substack. All right, we've got it here. All right. So Rose, I see here, thank you so much for the donations. Um, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Because I think that you said that you included information about the reading in private messages, but I'm not seeing it here specifically. All right. Thank you, Rose. Hi there, dear. I'm just waiting to find your question. And Rose, if you've put your question in, I'm not seeing it, so you may need to rephrase it or put periods between the words. Okay, the question is in your general interpretation. Please hold as I comment. Yeah, absolutely, dear. I apologize. I can't. If you sent me the message over DMs in this app, then I can't access it if I'm on live. So sometimes if that's what's occurring right now, I apologize. So next time that happens, though, if you're doing a reading, you can often put it in the actual like when you send the donation via Venn, you can put it there, and I can read it here. I hope that helps. Okay, I've got you. All right, Rose. Got it. All right, perfect. Okay, honoring separation. Got it. In tune. Okay. Okay. Clearing karma. Yep. Understood. Okay. So it sounds to me that, I mean, I'm going to stress this. It sounds like there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now in understanding like what a lot of that path work is. Yep. So are you looking for clarification about what the work should be now or what the pathwork like going forward? Or are you just like, are you looking for more clarity as it relates to integrating a lot of, I keep on saying like a lot of different like messages. Got it. Deeply loving self. Yep. Completely. Yeah, that's a lot of heavy work. You're so welcome, dear. All right. So it sounds, I mean, like, I'm going to put it this way. I mean, it sounds like you do have your work cut out for you in terms of understanding like what a lot of that work is right now. Are you seeking right now further clarity upon the path work, or are you looking to understand obstacles? I want to just make sure that this reading serves the highest direction that you're seeking at this time. Trusting on your focus and discernment. Okay, I've got you, dear. And you did. So what I'm going to do right now is, because you, again, thank you for your very robust donation. Yep. Understood. Got it. Scorpio, give me depths. Yep. All right. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to give you two different readings. I'm going to give you a reading of where you've been thus far and where you're energetically going. And because, again, thank you for such robust lessons. Like, thank you so much for so many of those, the robust information about your lessons. And thank you so much for the additional donation. I'm going to draw 10 cards for you. So there's going to be 5 and 5. Okay, it's good. No, I'm here for it. I mean, I would expect no less from Scorpio energy. All right, can I get 5 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. First 5, in relationality to the journey thus far. Highest priority messages as it relates to the journey thus far. Thank you. Okay. Mm, yeah. Oh, no, I get what's happening. All right, can I get 5 more cards, please? Rose, I want to know when your Saturn return was because something, I feel like something fundamental has happened as it relates to your connection to time right now. Um, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. You're presently in it. Thank you. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yes, Selena, the list is open. I mean, I gotta stress this right now, and I want you to understand. That's the thing about this. I need you to understand that everything moving forward is about not is like, and I'm going to tell you, um, you are the first thing I'm going to say, and I know you're going to like be frustrated by it, is you are exactly on time. I know you feel like there's something here that you feel like you're playing a little bit of catch up. That's the nature of the circumstance. Okay? Like that is what I'm seeing is happening here, particularly as it relates um to some of this path work. Because I just see the fact that there was like a good portion, I just keep on seeing like a good portion of your time here was like, what the heck am I doing here? Like I feel like I just keep on seeing there was like a really good portion here. I just see like it's giving me like twiddling thumb energy, you know? Like I just keep on seeing that this was like working through a lot of frustration, like building into some kind of context. And there was a breakage point, you know, like this. I keep on hearing rough awakening. Like it's saying to me, rough awakening, because it feels to me like there was something on your path work that you were working really fundamentally on something. And I keep on hearing like something that took forever to build, just like falling apart very quickly. That it feels like a kind of I keep on feeling it was like a centering moment. Like they're saying you didn't understand it at the time, but the thing about it is they were saying that something about that was helped amplify you and recognizing and saying, what was that all for? You know, like this is some kind of really, there was like a formation point. And I got to tell you right now that that time was not lost. I keep on hearing that time was not lost. That time was to show you what your pathwork of determination is. There was something really important that says that you needed to come here to see what you could do if you put your mind to something and the odds were stacked against you. You know, um, there's something that like I know that like I know that you feel. I keep on hearing like there's a message coming through that says I know you feel like there's some kind of path work here that you're on that you're saying, why, I wasted my time. They're saying none of that time was wasted. Everything about that um, was fundamental and necessary to, I keep on hearing, to be able to deconstruct something intentionally, right? It's like it really, they're really saying to me that you had to go through that because you had to, like, I keep on hearing, you had to prove to yourself that you could become something so that you could then become anything. And I feel like whatever this fundamental moment was, the shift that occurred, um, it does feel like you took like a real departure from something. It feels like you took like a massive departure from something. But there's something about that. I keep on, and here's the thing: I keep on like it feels like a heavy pathwork of education, right? It feels like you had to understand something fundamentally. It's like I'll put it this way: it's giving me Picasso energy, right? And why do I say Picasso energy? Because what I'm effectively identifying is, and you have to think about this. So Picasso drew a painting for someone, like Picasso drew a drawing for someone, and then they handed them the drawing, And when he handed them the drawing, he said that it cost $30,000. And the individual who was they were giving it to said that, but that only took you 5 minutes. And Picasso looked at them and said, no, it took me 30 years. We don't, and it's interesting too, we don't deconstruct things from a lack of knowledge. We're able to deconstruct something because it's in the moment that we recognize the choice to do anything, that the choice to do something in a simpler way, um, it feels groundbreaking. And I keep on seeing that there's something really important that I see that you're going through right now. And it's interesting because I keep on hearing the words deconstruction, disassembling, right? Like almost like, and they're saying to a certain extent that some of that work, being able to bring something into a fluid space, is understanding and identifying what feels, I keep on seeing what feels like it is, like what feels like it is frivolous, or what feels like it is unnecessary, you know? Like it's really interesting because I just keep on seeing you to a certain extent, and I almost like I see you like I see you like taking the decorations off of something. But I keep on saying, like, I almost feel like I see you like taking the decorations off of something because you're saying like they're getting in the way. You know, like they're getting in the way. They're getting in the way of what is really there. And that is a very Scorpio thing to do. Like, it's like this can be difficult for those around you because I do see the fact that you're not someone who hangs very much on sentiment. Like I just keep on seeing you see things like you're very fast to pick up on a motif. You're very fast to pick up on the gist of things. You don't have time. You don't dwell, like you're not romantic, but like, it's like you're not romantic. You're romantic in ways that others aren't romantic because you don't hang on sentiment, you know. But I feel like there's something about that that sometimes can be a little bit of a challenge for you because um others might take um a lot of that um expedition point, if you will, as um as some kind of feeling of a lot, like like here's the like like your ability your ability to see your ability to see symbols, um sometimes like it sometimes moves others into a space that they're energetically intimidated by you because you're operating at a speed that sometimes others struggle to maintain, is the best way I can describe it. And that's why one of the things that you have to notate that may feel like a little bit of a difficulty point in terms of navigating, like coming out of this like Saturn return energy that I was seeing, because as all of this is happening, I see you building into a new relationship with time, right? And this feels like, I feel like the biggest hurdle that's going to have to be navigated as it relates to like what's coming towards you is, how do I describe this? Like it feels like working through patience to a certain extent, but being patient with yourself in the process, you know? Because I almost feel like there's something about this time right now where it's like I almost see you having a lot of clarity in purpose. Like I keep on hearing like it's interesting. It's also interesting the fact that you gave me all of that information so quickly, because it's like I feel like again it's like you have the file. You know what I mean? Like, the guys are like they've got the file. You're when I mean your work is cut out for you. It's like you identify and recognize why you're here. You understand, you're doing a lot of that work and understanding what some of the difficulty points are. And I feel like the biggest hurdle that's going to be occurring for you right now has to do with trying to build a relationship with time, that it feels like you're working with time instead of feeling like you're working against time. That's why I keep on hearing like quality, not quantity, because you know there's something really vital and important that I also see in the space of building relationships to a certain extent. And there's something really important there, because I see you very heavily in a space of feeling a lot of like a lot of hermit energy, right? And it's not a negative thing. Like I see you in a space that you're very comfortable with your own energy. But I almost see that there's that effective desire to connect, or that desire to communicate, that sometimes can feel like it's frustrating, because it feels like you're often having to explain something instead of just move through it, right? So I want you, like, I keep on hearing the word that you have to focus on right now, and try to keep that, like, keep this, like, this is going to help you through some of that frustration. I don't want you to think about any frustration about the fact that you're having a hard time communicating. I want you to think about the fact that perhaps the reason you're having a hard time communicating is because your gift is one of translation, right? And sometimes I keep on thinking that the things that drive, I keep on hearing and this is also very scorpionic. The things that like drive us crazy are often the exact reason why we're here. I know that might be frustrating to hear to a certain extent, but the things that drive us like the things that really get under our skin often identify our path work, right? Like that's why they're so important. And so I keep on hearing that like a lot of the work that I see you doing to a certain extent is is helping to translate, like is helping to translate something. Being like, no, 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 no. So I want you to think about that. Like translation is a collaborative effort. And so your own ability to translate something in a way that has meaning, I don't want you, that's why I mean that's why I'm saying, like, I don't want you to feel like you have to rush through those processes. It's actually it's requiring, like you have to, like, and that's the thing about it, like you're going to have to heal your relationship with Saturn to a certain extent, and not feel like you're up against a clock, but you're working with a clock, right? Because there's just something about that. And I keep on hearing like Saturn's talking to you and being like, I'm not your enemy. Like I'm not your enemy. Like I'm like, it's like friends. Like it's like, you know, and so I want you to kind of remember that, because I feel like um, you know, you get to like, and this is the thing they're saying, remember, everything is achievable in the context of prioritization and time, right? You're not saying no to anything, you're saying not yet. So I want, and that's how I feel like you're going to be able to heal your relationship with Saturn, which is, like Saturn is not trying to consume everything. Like Saturn it's like you kind of have to work in that space of speaking towards that energy of feeling, um like, of understanding the quality, and that's what's interesting about translation, because I keep on hearing you arrived at a time that there's no better time to translate something, or you've arrived at a time that there's a meaning to be found in something that could not be found up until this moment. So I want you to think about it. And that's why I keep on hearing like Saturn's saying, I'm not working against you, I'm working with you. It's like there's something about the transient nature of time that I feel like it's helping you heal your relationship with it because it's understanding that though it is fleeting, it is also beneficial. I want to give you some bottom of the deck message, so something to keep in mind in relation to this. There's the Two of Cups. Like, I want you to say to yourself, like, when you're feeling rushed right now, because I do feel like there's a little bit of this rush energy around you, like you want to speed through it. I want you to, like, your mantra right now is, I am always on time, right? Like, I know that there's a little bit, especially now, like, especially what you're feeling, like, like there's a quality of frenetic energy around you. So, one of the ways that you can kind of help ground some of that frenetic energy is saying to oneself, I am always on time, right? Which again is a way of kind of healing your relationship with Saturn because you're saying time is always working with me. Like we're working together, we're not working apart. And so I want you to kind of keep that in mind as you navigate some of this, you know, like some of this Saturn transition, if you will, because again, that's why I asked about the Saturn return, because Saturn returns always change our relationship with time. And I see a situation where in the past, I can see you being kind of envious of a past version of the self because it felt like you had all of this time. You didn't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, and now you're like, like, and that's the thing about it. Remember, time says, I haven't changed, you've changed, right? And so your own ability to kind of slow things down and to embody a situation, to allow yourself to be present in it, this can also help you um, not feel like you're kind of like, like not getting some kind of energetic whiplash in relationality to everything that you're trying to do at once. It's very important that you brought up the fact of a dance, right? Because they're saying even there, like working through that dance is also kind of helping you heal that, because I see you saying like, I'm not racing through it, I'm dancing through it. I'm allowing that space of just moving in flow, and sometimes you have to speed it up and sometimes you have to slow it down. So let that kind of like, let that work with you. Don't let it feel like it's oppositional to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Rose. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers being my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for right now, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is JD. JD, if you're here, you can respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You're so welcome, Rose. And again, that was the reading that I was giving you for the amount that you donated. You do have that gifted reading that you've won. So you can either choose to have that reading at another time. You can also gift it back to the collective, whatever you would prefer to do with it. Thank you again for being here and receiving these messages. You can also have a second reading today if you prefer as well. All right. And Selena, yes, the list is open, presently in it. Yeah, I can see. And here's the thing, I want you to ground through it. I don't want you to get, like, I feel like there's a lot. Listen, I keep on hearing there's a lot of curtains opening for you right now. There's going to be more. And that's why, like, your own ability to be present, don't feel like the things are being shown to you. I keep on hearing, don't feel like things are being shown to you to like punish you. They're shown to you when you're ready to see them. So don't get frustrated. I keep on hearing, don't get frustrated if there's something that you're seeing now that you couldn't see before, because your guides are saying you're seeing it now because you're ready for it. Like, that's why they keep on saying you are exactly where you need to be. Like, they're saying, like, let the download be your affirmation on that. I know how hard that can be, because sometimes when we see something, it's like, like, don't take, I keep on hearing, don't take it the wrong way. It feels like it's supposed to be, it's being shown for you. All right. And thank you, Kate and Sarah, for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list today, we've got 5 spots left today, 5 spots left. I believe it goes direct until in July. And here's like, I want you to think about like everything I'm seeing right now. And this is what I want to kind of like prepare you for is like, it's a tipping point. Like you're going through a bit of a tipping point. I feel like things are going to feel like they're speeding up for you right now. And that's why I said, like, I want you to think about like, like I want you to think about that first portion prior to this was like going up the hill. And this is like going down. Like, so it's like you want to slow things down. You don't want to feel like you're rushing through things. So take your time. Okay. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate it. It is time, baby. Exactly. But that's the thing about like again, they're saying it's not. Don't get upset. You're not too like you're not too late on something. You're exactly on time. Thank you, Selena, and thank you, Stephanie, for the follow. And yes, Queen, the list is open. Thank you, Ella, for confirmation. I'm so glad to hear you're doing well, Jacob. Honorable Astro with the ninth street Aquarius, Neptune and Uranus in the 12th. And here's the thing about it, especially with all of that Aquarius and Uranus, like don't let perfect get in the way of done. Okay? Like don't like everything you do is going to feel like it's a little bit behind you. That's okay, right? Like set those deadlines for yourself. Okay? And you're going to be a little like you're going to be a little bit unsatisfied at points, but that's the thing, like I keep on hearing, remember, a work in progress is something that, there's always something to expand upon, you know? Thank you for the compliment, Jacob. Is it true you shouldn't read your own cards? No. I feel like that sounds like something someone who wants to read your cards would say. Here's the thing about reading cards. It's very difficult to read your own cards. When I teach tarot, the two things I teach, the two most difficult people you will ever read for are people that you are closely associated to because your pathwork is too intermingled. It's hard to see things objectively, and the self. Reading for yourself is the hardest person to read for because you can't see your forest through the trees. The desire to want to read into something that you can't, that isn't there is very high, right? We want to put our own spin on things. That's why I know a lot of readers that go to other readers to get readings, to clarify, even if they're doing readings for themselves, just to fact check what they're receiving in as it relates to getting an outside of observer's opinion. So can you like you can read for anyone. The querent can be anyone. The difficulty point is it's much like it is one of the hardest things to do to read for yourself. And that's why I often encourage those who I teach not to try to base their understanding on reading for themselves because it's like you're trying to do like the hardest algebra when you're pulling cards for yourself. So I hope that helps. Thank you for that question. And hi there, Gastar. Hope you're having a beautiful day. One moment, please. I never go back doing bad to destroy myself. Never. Always positive, Jacob. Always what heals. You're so welcome, Rose. And thank you for having that reading with me. And thank you for those donations. JD, here, clarity on my relationship. Do I have patience or do I move forward? All right, let's get some clarification on what's going on in that connection. I'll stick around. I'd like to hear more. Absolutely, Rose. You are welcome to continue now, but I feel I need to I think you meant digest. Yeah, I think don't worry. Mercury's in retrograde. I get it. I understand. And again, Rose, absolutely. And thank you again for having that reading with me. And wish you well. I sent in as well. I've got you, Melly. I believe I'm going to tell you guys the list I have right now. So I've got JD. I've got Melissa, Kate, Bridget, and Sarah. So if anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Hi there, SBM. I've got you, dear. And the paradox of, is it my will or spirits? No, it's here. And here's the thing, like, you are spirit. I mean, like, keep that in mind. But it's working through, I like to point out, I see it even there, Rose. Like, I keep on hearing, like, you are everything. Everything is you. but working through the proportionality of not getting too hard on yourself as you do so. I keep on hearing, remember, like I keep on hearing work in progress, right? Like you're also like you're building into that context. Like your guides basically say, all you can do is everything you can do. And remember, perfection is like, and here's the thing with a lot of those Aquarius placements, it's not about building towards ideal. Don't let ideal stand in the way of getting done. If things aren't ideal, say to yourself, what can I do to make them better? Don't let the fact that they're not ideal prevent you from doing something. Thank you, Jacob. Addie, learning so much from you in this retrograde season. You're so welcome, Addie. I'm so glad these messages are helping. I can only read it for myself, but I'm basically just talking to my subconscious mind. But here's the thing, everybody is different in that way. I mean, if that's something that works for you, like first of all, that's amazing because it's very hard to read for the self. But if you're in that space that you're able, and this is why I articulate that when I do my mentorship classes, I focus on what an individual's tarot goals are. Because if you're in the space, like it's totally okay to be in a space of saying, I want to read solely for myself. Having a personal relationship with the cards is absolutely amazing. So often when I'm working with doing mentorship for those who are looking to build a personal relationship with the cards, we do a lot of work in terms of identifying evidential backed, I like to call it evidential backed cognition. So things that we are able to identify that feel like they are supported by the environment around the self, not in the space of feeling that anxiety point that potentially can be created by seeing something that you don't understand. Thank you so much, Jacob. Have a great day. Selena, yes, dear. Hold on. Selena, can you confirm where you sent the donation? And I'll make sure that you're on the list. I've got a Sarah on the list, I believe. You're so welcome, SBM. To clarify, I'd love my grip. Yeah, that's what I figured, Rose. I figured what you were saying was that you wanted to put your gifted reading on the hold list. So I've got you on the hold list, dear. Whenever you come back, just let me know that you'd like to hold, like you'd like to do your gifted reading, and we can go from there. What are my views on what, dear? Oh, thank you for confirming, Selena. Okay. Did I say your name already then? Because I said I've got a Sarah. Is that you? Okay, and we're gonna continue in just a moment. We're gonna be doing JD's reading. But if anyone else would care to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. All right, I'll be back in just a second and we'll get started. Also, just a reminder to those joining us, Alona, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Sarah. And we've got 4 spots left for today if anyone else would like to get on the list. Also, we're at 34.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. I'm going to step away for a moment. When we come back, we'll be doing JD's reading. All right. Where were we? Oh, Rose, there was also a card on the ground. I think it's your card as well. You know, there's something really important if you're still here about navigating through choice and not getting overly fixated or struggling too much with the choices that you're making right now. There's something really important about that as well. Um, like there's an intensity around that I feel like you have to bring a little bit of softness to. Okay. Okay, I've got you, Selena. All right, so we're reading right now for hold on, I just want to confirm. S. Marie, When I said I'm not, oh, okay, I've got, hold on. Let me just confirm. I just need to confirm it's Selena's spot on the list and we'll get started with JD's reading. Bear with me one moment, please. And just a reminder to anybody joining us today, if you'd like to get on the list, we've got 4 spots left for today. 4 spots left. And we're at 34.7K. And when we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, got it here. Okay, I've got, all right. I think when I put, is Sarah here? I just want to confirm Sarah, because maybe that was me misseeing something. Because I've got, and thank you, Kate, for getting on the list. Oh, I've already got Kate there. All right, perfect. Asked me. I've got you, dear. And Hardy, I'm afraid I don't take Gcash. The donation payments I take are all available on my Tree with Binks in it, dear. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I've got you. So I've got you after Kate, Selena. All right. All right. So we're reading now for. Just bear with me a moment. Going back to JD's question. JD, clarity on relationship. Do I have patience or move forward? Okay. Can I please get 3 cards, please? Highest priority messages from spirit. And again, one of the things we always point out here, JD, is again, we never leave the choice or decision up to the cards, but it's going to give you a little bit of information as it relates to what you're navigating. Okay. Can I please get 3 cards for JD in relationality to that energetic connection, please? Highest priority messages from spirit. Highest priority messages from spirit to help them navigate that choice, please. You know, I feel like there's something that's important here. Um, I see someone struggling with some sort of self-limiting beliefs, you know? Like I just keep on identifying here. Like there's something about this. Um there's some kind of what is this? Like I just keep on seeing some kind of situation or circumstance with someone who um like there's I see someone that's working through a lot of dissatisfaction as it relates to as it relates to their life. You know what I mean? Like it feels like someone that is navigating some kind of experience where they don't feel like energetically fulfilled. And the thing is that we have to recognize, and I think that this is like the most important thing to identify in healthy partnership. A healthy partnership is not one where we save each other. Like a healthy partnership is one where we save ourselves for our counterpart, right? And that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that we don't help each other. But when we have fulfilling lives, then it feels to a certain extent like the gift of our full life is something that we both like we benefit in partnership. And that's the only thing that I kind of see here that feels like there's a little bit of a disparity point between you and another person. Because I see an individual here who, like, there's a lot of that fulfillment point. There's a lot of that um, energetic satisfaction to a certain degree. But what I'm identifying is I see someone else who's um, more in that space of lack. Like, I see someone who's feeling or working through a lot of dissatisfaction. And so I would really say that whatever I'm identifying here, I keep on hearing messages in relationality to saying, you know, we're not responsible for each other's joy. We find joy in our lives, and then that joy that we feel is something that we feel like we can share. And the thing that I'm seeing here that feels like a little bit of a hurdle is I see someone who is really, really struggling to find some kind of pathwork of purpose. I see someone here who feels in some way, shape, or form like they're a little bit energetically adrift. And so I feel like the conversation that may be had is, you know, making sure that you're not coming into a context where another person is saying, like, you are my joy. You are the only thing that brings joy to me. And if we're not like if we're not energetically together, then I'm not in a joyful space. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean, because like I keep on hearing, like, we can be each other's sunshine, but we are each other's sunshine when we are our own source of light, right? And when we're each other's source of light, um, it doesn't feel so much like we're in that space of identifying and recognizing what needs to change, because everything I keep on seeing about this here is, and I feel like there's something important about this. It's like I feel like there's definitely something here that can heal, but all the clarification point that can be found is talking about what that plan is. Talking about, like, where something is going, talking about what that breakthrough point is. And I need to stress this. If this is a situation where someone's feeling dissatisfaction and saying that they can't commit because they haven't reached a benchmark or milestone in their life, yeah, you just have to recognize that, a good partnership does not, is very much similar to the reading that we gave. A good partnership is not conducive of having a breakthrough, right? A good partnership does not stand in the way of having, like, a personal path work. But I keep on seeing that there is some kind of disparity point as it relates to the plans, which feels like some kind of decision needs to be made. I do want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. There's a lot of love here, you know, but I keep on seeing that there's somebody here who's trying to heal by recognizing that they don't need to be in a space of being perfect, you know? And I almost see a situation where someone is almost like really focused on like the intensity of a connection. Like, I see someone that's carrying a real wound as it relates to something, you know? But this is also why we heal from the past, so that we understand that the past isn't reoccurring. Like there's trauma here. And I keep on seeing there's something here that can heal. There's something here that can be productive. But it keeps on saying to me it requires mutual effort. It requires the ability to speak upon, like, what one hopes to build with another. And so I feel like that's the only disparity point, because I see one person that's very comfortable, and I see another person that's very unsatisfied with where something is. So I really feel like everything you need to know right now as to whether this is a partnership that can continue in a productive way is making sure that you guys share the same manifestation goals on the same timeline, right? Because everything I'm seeing here, I feel like, like it's like somebody's operating in a feeling that they don't know what's going to happen next, right? It feels like somebody's operating in a space that they feel like they can't tell what's going to happen around the corner. So that clarity of intention is building into the context of a plan. So make sure that you guys share the same plans, because I feel like everything you need to know about whether this is moving in a productive way or not is whether you guys can agree on what those plans are and what the timing is going to be as it relates to taking some step forward, right? Because if there's a situation here with one of you likes it just the way it is and another person's feeling dissatisfaction, then that is usually an articulation of recognizing that you guys have very different manifestation goals. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, JB. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for here on this app: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also at 35K. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Thank you. I plan to leave the live on in the background as I download and digest. Absolutely, Rose. Take your time. I'll be listening for you when there's a lull after your list has been. Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ma'am, happy to, Hardy P, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. 222, tap to claim, Rose. Hold on a minute. Yep. And thank you. I've got you, Selena. Again, Hardy, so the ways that you can send the donation, they're all listed in my profile. You can also give the gift of a baby dragon. I'm afraid I don't take Gcash. Exactly. What is this? Yeah, I can see, like, here's the thing, like the plan, like there has to be an ability to put something into words here. There has to be an ability to identify and recognize what that is, right? And I keep on seeing our emotion, like it's the same message that we were seeing during the collective. Our emotions, we're not responsible for the emotions we create each other unless it's confusion. So if there's confusion here, it can be met with clarity. And if you're asking for clarity and someone is saying that they can't give it to you, then sometimes that can be indicative of the fact that they like things just the way they are. I feel like he used me for that until recently. And I got to stress this. If you're trying to get clarity on something and someone steps away, like that, like let that serve as indication. If there's, like, again, asking for clarity only breaks confusing situations, right? If someone doesn't want to define what something is and you try to ask for clarity and in that moment it breaks, then that's what someone wanted it to be, I feel sort of dropped. I've just sort of dropped me for another. And here's the thing about it, like, I don't, there's a lot of this, I keep on seeing there's a lot of this, like there's a lot of this, like, dissatisfaction here, right? But, like, I have to describe this, like, it almost feels like someone who doesn't really know what they're looking for. Like, I keep on hearing you can't find a path through other people, right? Like, you have to be able to put into words what it is that you want to create. You can't just kind of see where, if this is a type of energy that says, I'm just trying to see where it goes, understand, like, I feel like there's something about that. And I have to stress this. If there's something here where you try to have a conversation and they drifted off and they come back, Remember, that is not a chalkboard erase moment. You bring it back exactly to where it was when you left it. No restart here, right? Like no restart and someone trying to keep something casual because they don't want to put intentionality towards something. Lyle, and thank you again, JD, for having that reading with me. And thank you. And I wish you the best of luck on that journey. Lyle, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Applesauce, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I wanted to ask, what is your view on Pluto in the 12th house? It's heavy energy. I mean, Pluto in the 12th house, it's like, um, it's there's a lot of intensity there, right? I feel like there's a lot when I see Pluto in the 12th house, I feel like a lot of path work is trying to overcome darkness, right? It's trying to overcome darkness of the self. It's trying to um like navigate through a lot of the energetic intensity that we often feel in platonic journeys, you know, like I would almost identify that as understanding that the nature of energetic transition isn't one that is here to harm us. It's here to help us, right? It's like there's something really profound and beautiful, I think, about Pluto in the 12th house, but it's a heavy relationship because it's like almost like the space of like healing one's own fear of platonic energy as you move through the experience. I hope that helps, FCM. Will this childish drama for others stop? I'm trying to ignore the negative and focus on the positive. I mean, I feel like I'm going to tell you right now, Serena. And the next person we're reading for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer. There's energy right now that's not navigating this eclipse as well as they could. It's like if you're more in a space of not a feeling of not carrying the anxiety well or allowing oneself to be energetically provoked. I feel like, I feel like coming out of this eclipse, there may be a lot of space for apology, potentially hearing a lot of energy saying, I don't know what got into me. And that's why I keep on saying, like, I know what got into you. A bunch of planets in Aries and then the eclipse, like letting you, like, it feels good. It feels good to blow off steam. Right. And that's why we keep on saying, like, make sure that you're intentional as it relates to getting something off your chest during the eclipse cycle. Because often, and we were having these readings coming through before the eclipse started. Sometimes when we get something off our chest, we harm another with it in the process. So being able to feel like we're giving something to another that feels like it's trying to help them, right? Something that feels like positive, something feels like it's productive. There's a lot of healing that can happen during these cycles, but it needs to be intentional, right? Thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. We've got 3 spots left for today. All right. Hold on a minute. My question is, Serena, we're not at your question yet. The next person we're reading is Melissa. So Melly, and you're so welcome, JD. Thank you for having that reading to me. But I'll definitely hold that question when it's your time to read. Hi, Sage. Good to see you. Millie, what are the next few months looking like? Happy to read for you on that, Millicent. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Hi there. I've got you, Melly. You're welcome, SBM. And Noah, thank you for the follow. I'm going to going to San Francisco. Oh, fun. San Francisco is awesome. Oh, that's so cool. You got it, dear. Can I please get 4 cards for Melly, highest priority spirit messages from Spirit about that trip? What does Melly need to know about that travel plan? 4 cards, please. I keep on hearing, let it plant, like planting seeds. Planting seeds. You're not going to be able to get everything done that you want to get done when you're there. So I want you to make sure that you're being don't overbook yourself is what I keep on hearing. Less is more. I'm hearing this is almost like an exploration point. I keep on hearing you're going to be back there. And so I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, go there with a plan about what you're going to do when you go back. Because I keep on hearing that there's something about a conversation that you open there that almost allows this to be not a one-time thing, but almost like some kind of conversation that you have as to making this something something that you do like on occasion, right? I also see here like and that's what's interesting about it. Like they're saying it's okay if you I keep on hearing put those feelers out of interest because they're saying even now when you put those feelers out of interest, I keep on hearing the word wait list, right? Build into the context of a wait list. So don't overbook yourself is what I keep on hearing. Manageable expectations. Because everything I keep on seeing here, like they're saying that your own ability to articulate and to feel some kind of demand in terms of feeling like a weight of a more energy that wants to do something with you, knowing that you're going, it's almost like I keep on hearing the energy saying where again, it's I keep on hearing there's something really important about you navigating this eclipse that says no, not there's no such thing as no, there's not yet. So being able to build into the context of saying like, I'm afraid I can't, like I might not, I like even if I don't know if I can take on more, but I almost see like there's some kind of situation of you like potentially building out on the next trip, even as you're doing this for the first time, you know, like almost telling someone like this is like this is going to be like rest assured this isn't my only time that I'm going to be out here. Let's start to schedule the next one. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about it like don't get mad at yourself. Don't stress yourself out. Don't take on listen, this is very important. They're saying this. Don't take on more. Don't take on more than you can chew. I keep on hearing leave someone wanting more, not feeling dissatisfied because you overpromised and underdelivered. So I keep on hearing the key word right now for you is managing reasonable expectations because I kind of see some kind of energy here of someone trying to open something up. Right? I see someone trying to do something in a bigger way, trying to like add something. And I feel like this is how you're going to kind of navigate it, which is saying like there's no such thing as no, right? You're not going to say no, you're going to say not yet, which is remember if you have that moment that someone wants to do something and it feels like it's a little bit out of scope, you say, well, let's talk about what I do next time I'm here, right? Building into no, I keep on hearing there's no, the path work that's going to help you on this trip is there's no such thing as no, but there is not yet, right? Reasonable expectations, being able to move someone into the directionality of what you know is going to be. I keep on hearing quality over quantity, right? Focusing on doing something really well versus trying to do a lot of things and only doing them half as well as you aspire and desire them to. Because I keep on hearing that something that you do right now, making a big impact, really impressing someone. If they feel, I keep on hearing if they want more from you, right? It's like I keep on seeing like this is an ongoing thing, but you want to just avoid kind of like that sense of trying to like do everything and then nothing working out as well as you aspire and desire it to because you're being pulled in too many directions. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like I said, everything you can do, I keep on seeing, if there's a lot of that energetic demand here, remember having too much to do of something is the best worst problem. I don't want you to overextend yourself. Everything, this is the message that's been coming through over this retrograde, like over this eclipse cycle. Everything can be done in the vector of prioritization and time. So if you're feeling a little bit of that frustration point, if you're feeling a little bit of that flux, I want you to remember like you get to you can articulate what those terms are. An energy that is respective of you will not ask you to overextend the self. And you can articulate that by saying, I want to make sure I'm doing something the best way I can. This is what I know I can do. Right. And that's why I keep on hearing it's like it's not about saying no, it's about saying like it's about saying like, look, this is this is what we can do to have the most impact versus trying to do everything at once. And if something comes through or someone has an idea and says, "Oh, I just thought of this," say, "You know what? That'd be great for us to do next time." Right? Like letting that new idea lead to a new opportunity, not trying to jam everything in and doing something not as great in the process. Right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melly. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots left for today, 2 spots left. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you. You're welcome, Serena. Absolutely, Millicent. That's always the case. I never get everything done while I'm there. So again, build the second trip. Utilize that to start to build. Like I keep on saying, build the next trip while you're there. It's because I have so many friends and family there. So again, don't overextend. Say like, look, I'm here to plan the next trip, right? Because that way I keep on seeing like being able to take time with something. Everything can be done on the prioritization point of time. Don't rush through something right now, right? Quality over quantity. I am still taking solos right now, Ascended. I've got 2 more spots available. I was living there for 6 years and I miss it. I see like there's something about like I see that there you might be going back at some point. But I keep on hearing like this is becoming more and more of a regular thing. Like I keep on hearing like when it's a regular thing, you can build out a schedule. You don't have to do it one at a time. You can do it like I see you like building out a schedule for the next time while you're there. I keep popping up. Oh, thank you, Undying. I think I've got you. I think I just added you to the list. Ashley? Hey there, Courtney. Thank you for confirming. Courtney, can you confirm where you sent the donation so I can make sure that you're on the list? I sent, hey, okay, thank you for letting me know, Ascended. All right, thank you there, Courtney. Got you, son. Absolutely. And Esteban, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. All right, just bear with me a moment. I'm going to confirm the list. We're reading now for Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Thank you for letting me know, Courtney. I appreciate that. All right. Kate, spirit-led reading, please. You've got it, dear. All right. Can I please get, and thank you so much for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can I please get 4 cards for Kate? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Kate need to know right now? Don't let someone question yourself. What is this? You do not exist in the realm of another person's opinion of you. Absolutely not. Don't like listen. And if someone's making a bunch of unfounded claims, don't don't engage. Don't engage. I'm not having this conversation is like a powerful mantra, right? Because it feels to me like I just see some kind of situation here where someone's trying to energetically provoke you to figure out what you're doing, you know? Like I see some kind of situation where someone feels like they've got some kind of energetic access to you to such an extent that it's like remember if someone's trying to pick a fight just to see if you're available to have it, right? It's really it's like it's understand I keep on hearing like it's understanding, you know, like it's you are not at some I keep on hearing you're not at someone's beck and call. They've lost if someone's lost access to you, they've lost access to you, right? And it feels to me like I just keep on seeing some kind of situation here. And that's why I keep on hearing one of your guides saying, like, absolutely not. because it feels like someone who like walked away from you and now still feels like they've got some kind of like you owe like you like they have some kind of like they you owe like they you owe them to let them like they I keep on hearing you don't owe them anything. Having access, I keep on seeing having access to another person's having access to another person's journey, having access to another person's life is a gift. It's not a right. It's a gift. It's not a right. And I feel like there's something about this here where someone's already shown you that they squandered that, you know? Like they're not like it feels like it's giving me some kind of energy of someone who like straight up is just like trying to keep tabs on you by reaching out to you in like the most um inopportune moments just to kind of identify and see if you're available or not. So if you're having that, like here's the thing, like I would say with something like this, you don't, you know, you respond to someone on your timeline, not theirs. And if someone starts probing on what it is you're doing or where you are, you can say to them, like, and I'm almost seeing this, like you can say to them, and the key word here is respectfully, right? Like respectfully, you no longer like that, like respectfully, that's none of your business. Like I see like respectfully, that's none of your business. Respectfully, our relationship is not such that you have access to that level or degree of intimacy. A healthy, you have to bear in mind, and this is what I keep on seeing here. There are levels and degrees of intimacy that we create in partnership. And I often see a reading like this when we are pulling away from someone and they've lost access to a level or degree of intimacy with us. And then they start to try to conduct themselves like they still have access to that level or degree of intimacy. And you have to remind them and say to them, I'm afraid that's no longer your business. I feel like you have to say to someone respectfully, and here's the way you can calibrate this. And if this is happening, then you try it with them. And if they become reactive to it, you can say, yes, you see, so that is an example of saying, again, I would not ask that of you. And in kind, I would prefer that you did not ask that of them. Your standards are your standards. Healthy, energetic connections honor each other's standards, right? They're not pushy, they're not shovey. They don't try to come into that space of articulating or amplifying. It's like I keep on hearing respectful or not at all. And if someone is not being respectful to you, then they don't deserve access to you. If they're not being respectful, they don't deserve access. Um, and I just keep on seeing this because it does feel like I gotta say this. I got an emperor in its reversal. I've got a devil card here, and I've got a moon card in its reversal. It feels a little like it's like I see cards like this. It feels a little like bully energy, right? And when I feel like when I see bully energy like this, the thing you have to say is, it's not like we build into. I keep on hearing not every question needs to be answered. The moon card, like it feels like someone trying to bully you to get information from you, right? Someone trying to come towards you in a demanding way at an inopportune moment to just to see if you're available, right? And so I keep on seeing like make sure that if that's happening, you're not feeling like you're saying like this is like this is how we like I keep on hearing information that's pertinent and relevant. And if someone starts intruding, if someone starts probing into something, I keep on seeing I don't see how anything I don't see how I keep on hearing your guides are saying, how is that relevant? Why is that relevant? And it's in the moment that you say, why is that relevant? Is the difference between someone saying, I want to know versus I need to know. right? I keep on hearing relevant information only. And when we've stepped away from someone, they don't deserve access to what we're doing at every moment. It's like the information that's relevant in order to build into a sense of what feels like it is positive and supportive. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, you know, don't like I would say almost like a communication. If someone's coming into this space where they feel like they deserve and demand an immediate response from you, I would almost say like setting healthy expectations, right? Like I keep on hearing a timely manner is respectful. Like we don't get demanding on the fact of not feeling like like we're respectful when we understand that we're not. I feel like someone is trying to heal from the fact of recognizing that they're no longer your priority. And when someone's not in the space of being priority, like, often I see an energy like this. It's like it feels very demanding because it wants like it wants to know what it wants to know, and it wants to know now. So your own ability to kind of effectively identify and articulate and say, like, I will get back to you on that in a timely fashion. And I keep on hearing not overextending, not explaining upon things that they don't need to know. I keep on hearing your guides are like, need to know what is relevant. Don't get pulled into something because someone's being aggressive to you or making accusations. Because it says to me like someone's trying to be aggressive and make accusations to you because they're just trying to see if you're available to respond to them. So just don't be triggered. Be triggered, be intentional. Um, and if someone tries to say something to you that feels like it's provocative, that's coming towards you in this space, you can say to them, I don't see how that's relevant. Or why would you say that? Don't respond, don't react, ask them to explain themselves. And if they can't explain themselves, understand that that's because that's their ego speaking, right? The higher self always has an explanation. The ego just wants what it wants. Thank you so much, Kate, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list is open. I've got one spot left for today, one spot left. Next person on the list for today is S. Marie. S. Marie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And thank you, HTT, for the follow. Boundaries, tap to claim, hello. And thank you for the follow. Thank you, Real Katrina, for the follow. And Courtney, I've got you on the list, dear. All right. And Son, can you just confirm the name that the donation was sent on, and I'll confirm that you're on the list? Deirdre, thank you for the follow. Hi there, SBM. Cal, thank you for the follow. I'm going to read the list off right now. So if you're on the list and I haven't named you, let me know. I've got S. Marie. I've got Per. I've got, what did I write there? K. I apologize. My handwriting is atrocious. K something. Ashley and Courtney. All right. Hi there, S. Marie. I've got you, dear. SB, thank you. I've got you, dear. That's why I wanted to check. Did I say your name? Tashina, you sent it? 1 minute, dear. Can you confirm where you sent it, Tashina? Bridget, did you get yes, Bridget, I've got you. And you're gonna be after we've got a card for you after S. Marie. It's okay, SB. That's why I'm asking you. Can you just tell me where you sent it and I'll confirm? Thank you. All right. And Cal, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirming, SB. I'll confirm you right now. Nikki. Oh, Nikki, that's what I put there. Nikki, yes, you're after Alona. Thank you. I got you, dear. I was like trying to read what I wrote. It was terrible. All right, we're reading now for Alona, and I'm confirming the list. All right, reading for no, sorry, we're reading right now. Reading right now for S. Marie. Apologies. Okay, where are we? S. Marie, I'm asking about my relationship with Tyler. Okay. Thank you for confirming. All right. Thank you. Ashley, I've got you, dear. Yep. I've got you after Nikki. All right. All right. And we're reading right now on the relationship with Tyler. Yep. I've got you. We've been boyfriend. Okay. Got you. Can I get 3 cards, please? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. Highest priority messages from spirit. Tashina, I've got you on the list and the list is closed. But we will be doing 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber and get a card pulled, you just need to hit that subscribe button and we will be doing those at the completion of the full readings. 3 cards for Selena, please. I mean, it feels to me like things are positive here, but there is something about timing that's happening. I feel like there needs to be a little bit of clarification on when something's going to happen. Like you guys have the same manifestation goals, but the big question that I'm seeing surrounding a situation or circumstance is the when, not the what. It's just the when. I need to stress this here because I do feel like there's some kind of change that would happen that would make things easier. The difficulty point is, I need to stress this. Like, is there a move? Is there some kind of discussion about where you guys are going to be or what that looks like? Because it feels like there's something about the plans that have been thrown up in the air to a certain degree. So, if this is the case, I think you guys need to start having I think you guys really need to start having like goal setting meetings. You know, I think you need to start having kind of check ins to talk about, what, like, I keep on seeing how to integrate your goals in a way that you guys can feel like you're helping each other more, you know? Because as it relates to this, it feels to me like I see you and another person being extremely busy. And as a result of that, it feels like there's always a decision as to like where you're going to be, what you're going to do. Like, and the thing about this is it feels like all of these issues that I'm seeing here are completely solvable. They just require a little bit of healthy planning. And I see one of you is really I see one of you is really like very good at making plans. The other one seems like they're struggling under the weight of keeping up. So I keep on seeing like, listen, start having like relationship meetings. Start having a day where you kind of sit down, talk about what you're doing, talk about what your goals are, talk about what those aspirations or those milestones are, um, to make sure that you've got some clarity as it relates to what the future holds. And I have to stress this: if there's been some like plans hanging in the horizon, like talk about them. Talk about like you don't have to give like an exact date, but talk about the timeline that you hope to make some kind of change. And I need to stress this: if there's a situation where you want to bring something forward and the other person keeps on saying now is not the time, I want you to navigate and say to them in that moment, when is a good time for us to return to this conversation? Because I feel like there's a little bit of an issue of someone who's feeling overwhelmed, and because they're feeling overwhelmed, they're kicking the ball down the lane. But understanding when we basically say like when is the next time to like have this conversation, is to help recognize and say like, make no mistake, this isn't a perpetual space where we're always going to say it's now is not the time. It's understanding that I keep on hearing, and this is what it is: there's never an ideal time to do something difficult. I feel like there's something here, there's some kind of change you want to make, and it's never going to be the ideal time. It's always going to be a bother. It's always going to be inconvenient. So you have to kind of look at it and say, when is the time that we're going to inconvenience ourselves doing this? Because it's never like I keep on hearing, perfect is not going to exist here. There's no perfect time to do something. The perfect time comes when you just decide to do it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like I see someone here, like I feel like I see someone that's kind of in a perpetual state of catch up. I don't feel like they're doing this intentionally. I almost see someone that just has a hard time feeling like they're not, like they're keeping their head above water. So that's why I see like almost like building into a space of saying like, look, you don't have to do this alone. We can do this together. Let's set some time up so I can help. Like I keep on hearing, help me help you. If you're really good, if one of you is really good at making plans and the other one struggles to make plans, kind of having those touch points, having those moments to meet and articulate upon what those goals are. This is actually saying to me, it could make something easier because I keep on seeing like the clarity that you give each other to be able to mesh your schedules or to be able to do something in a way that feels like it's more energetically consistent will help you. I keep on hearing future planning, right? Because it feels to me like it's not that anything's wrong. It just feels like there's a lot of this, like it feels like there's a little bit of short-sightedness in relationality as to what one can anticipate is occurring next. So if that's something that you need to be secure, you may kind of say to them, like, look, I think that this would be very helpful to make sure that we're on the same page. And that's why I see even now, like if someone keeps on saying like I'm like behind and behind, like sometimes we always feel behind, right? Sometimes it's not, sometimes us feeling of behind is just our natural state of being. So being able to be self-aware of the fact that we perpetually feel like we're behind doesn't exclude us from being able to make plans. It requires a level or degree of self-awareness. So if there's something here that's happening that feels like it keeps happening, it might be the conversation of saying like, look, I know that this is something you're struggling with, but it's starting to feel habitual. Let's do something to prevent it from happening again, right? Because that's that moment that you don't want to build into that space of feeling frustrated or having a little bit of that conflict. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and Sarah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. The next person on the list for today is Alona. Alona, if you're here, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we will be doing one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Hi there, Brittany. So good to see you today. Thank you for the gifts. Tashina, thank you so much for letting me know about that. I appreciate you. Pape, I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. Just reading over the comments. We're not at 1 cards yet, 810. I got you, Ashley. Can you confirm the list again? I have a meeting at 3. I don't want to, Courtney, you definitely won't miss the reading. I do have a few people ahead of you, but I will point this out. If you prefer, we can always move your reading to tomorrow. So if you step away and I'm not back, remember you'll be on the hold list. You just need to come back in the room and I'll immediately put you back on the list. So no worries there. You won't miss your reading. It is positive. Yes, our roommate needs to move out. Oh, so this isn't even like I see someone, like I don't want to force something. I was like, what is this thing? I'm like, what is the issue here? I'm like, what's the holdup? It's like there's a blockage point. You might have to build those plans so that you can let another person know, right? Giving them a little bit of headroom is what I'm saying. Yes, so same goals. We don't get those very often. Thank you. I know. No, this feels good. It's just like these are all practical issues. Like this is like bringing some executive functioning into the relationship. Hi, I tried that so hard. Goal setting meetings, even weekly reoccurring Zooms. It's helpful. It can feel really productive. When you're in the right space, like being able to build into that context of finding easement points, like I strongly support it. Like build a date night where you just talk about what your plans are, setting intentions, tap to claim hello. Bridget is first. Oh, thank you, Per. You're right. I apologize, Bridget. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Ashley, I've got you, dear. Right? Selena, roommate obviously helps financially, but he keeps pushing off moving out. We're like, go, please. I mean, there's something about this. You might have to. You might have to articulate upon what those plans are. It feels like I can see this. Like, you have to kind of say to someone, like, look, these are what our plans are. So, you know, it does feel like a hard conversation. Um, I mean, this is giving me a little bit of energy of someone who's like, doesn't have like the ways or the means. You might want to say to them, like, look, can we help you in some kind of way? You know what I mean? Because I almost see the fact is that, like, I see someone that's kind of in a struggle point because they don't know where to start, you know? All right. I've got you, Bridget. Happy to do spirit led. Can I get 2 cards for Bridget, please? Spirit. Whoa, that one flew out. All right. Everything, like, I know it feels like not a lot of is happening right now. Plant, like, it's saying to me, just focus on what's positive right now. Do not start catastrophizing. Do not start catastrophizing. I want you to think, look, I keep on hearing it's not delusional to be positive, right? Keep an open mind and keep moving towards what feels like it is productive. Um, and don't let yourself get triggered by the past right now. I keep on seeing this about something, you know, there's a little bit of this like reminisce energy around you. I feel like I hear someone like, I don't know why. I feel like there's some kind of energy around you. It's like, miss me yet? Be like, no, like, no, like, you know, yeah, like, it's like, I feel like there's something about the context of nostalgia that's forming here. They're saying that your own perception of nostalgia is already its own breakthrough. They're actually saying that you're in the process of something where, again, you should be proud of yourself because they're saying that something about you going through an energetic shift that was similar to one that you experienced about 5 years ago. They're saying like a lot changes, you know, you're much strong. I keep on hearing you're much stronger. Like something that you're going through right now that would have fundamentally rocked you. I just see like your strength of character is such that you're just not being triggered by the same things, you know? So I want you, like, it's actually interesting because a lot of this message is congratulations. Like they're saying, like, you've overcome some kind of major obstacle simply in not being triggered. And I keep on seeing if something's happening to you that's like if something's happening around you that's weird but not upsetting, like that's often like the identification point of the fact that you've overcome a trigger because you're not letting yourself being triggered by it. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Next person on the list for today is All right. Ashton, thank you for the follow. The list is closed for today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, I'm taking the list for tomorrow as well today. So anyone who gets on the list now will be added to the list for tomorrow. I know what I want and I refuse to settle. And here's the thing, like that's the thing, like don't settle. And I feel like they're saying that because they are saying that there's something about like the past coming back in some way. Just be ready for it. I've got you, Per. You're welcome, Ashton. Hi there, Amber. How are you doing today? New job. Congratulations. Hello. Hold on a minute. All right. Spirit, and I've got you. Are you saying me, son, or someone else? Son, I'm talking to you. I've got you on the list, son. And there's another person who came with that. Yep. Just starting is working. Yep. Hi there. He keeps like quitting jobs and getting new jobs. Oh no. Again, it feels like a little bit of saying to someone like, look, how can we help you? What can we do to help? Like helping, like it feels a lot like I see someone with a lot of hesitation because they want to, but they don't know how. So you might want to kind of say like, let us help you find building into that context of the what feels supportive. Hi there. Hi Rose, how are you doing? Scorpio me. Welcome Annie. Hi, hello. I was real low yesterday. I know. Listen, this energy comes in waves. Just again, anything you're doing that allows you to feel like supported right now, self-care is key. And thank you for the follow, Ashton. All right, Per, let me know what you're having. We're having a reading about. I got you. Clarification. Oh, can you please read it first, if it's okay, me asking this on the live? Yeah, is it okay if I read it out loud? And I'll read it and I'll let you know if it's okay. But thank you for letting me know. Now I'm intrigued. All right. Just bear with me a moment. All right. All right, Per. Oh wow. Are you comfortable with me reading this out loud? I'm absolutely happy to read on this. All right. Girl, I'm not sure what you're asking for about a chart, dear. Morning. Hi there, Amber. Grand Rising, Hannah. A dancing crow. You always see the craziest birds, Frida. That's wild. I mean, I'd have to draw cards as to what it means for you. Because here's the thing, a lot of that symbology, it depends. I'm comfortable. Okay, we're reading Per. Okay. All right, we're doing a reading for Per right now. Strap in. All right, Per. Yesterday, I asked my guides what the purpose is in connection between me and another person. In my dream, my guides showed me literally the front page of a contract with titles of 2 chapters. I've read the titles of the chapters in my dream, but waking up, I forgot what those chapters represented. I know what they represent. Only thing I remember is that the contract was connected to the debt invoice somehow. Could you please help me with some clarity and context regarding the contract? Only if my guides are okay with it. They're okay with it. All right, can I get, I'm getting a lot of affirmation. Can I get 4 cards? All right, I need, 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages for Per on this reading. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yep. So here's the thing when it comes to work that we're doing with others. We recognize and identify that we can be going through the same experience and having wildly different experiences in the process. So there's something really interesting about the fact that you said that prior to having this dream, you asked the guides the purpose and the connection between you and another person. Because the 2 chapters that they were showing you was the fact that it was the same exact thing. It was the same exact story from 2 different perspectives. Like I'm seeing the space that chapter one was the context by which they experienced something, or chapter 2 is the context by which you experience something. And there's something really vital and important. And it's interesting by the fact that you articulated that you said that you read the titles of the chapters in the dream, but waking up, you forgot what the chapters represented. I would be very curious as to whether you recall what the chapters were titled, because they're saying that one of the reasons that it becomes difficult is in the space that you can't recall what the chapters represented, is talking about the disambiguation point between not being able to tell whose story was in each of the chapters, whether it was yours or whether it was theirs. There's something really important about this, because they're saying that something about those chapters is trying to tell you, it's like it's saying to me, what's interesting about it is it's showing you the fact that this is a karmic dream, that there's something about you sharing a karmic connection with something, that you've done work together before, right? The space of being able to show you something, right? Them being able to say that there was a contract or chapters is almost is like the guide's way of saying that this isn't the first time that you've encountered this person, that this might even be a past life connection. And so again, in the similarity in terms of saying that was chapter 1 and this is chapter 2, it's almost like a dream of the guides kind of showing you in a very symbolic way the sharing of an Akashic record in relationality to showing you and saying, like, this is the file on you and them. This is what happened last time. This is what you're working on this time. And I feel like something about that, I would be very curious about anything that you can recall in relationality to what was contained in the names of those chapters, or what you might recall feeling as you went through them. Because if you don't recall anything, then the message itself was not based upon the fact that of what was contained. It could be the fact that it's on a need to know basis, but the fact that they gave you the answer in the dreams by way of showing you again chapter 1 and chapter 2, and then also bringing before you a contract to show you again what is owed. You literally said the contract. I believe the way you put it was the debt or invoice was to show kind of the deficiency or what was being worked on in the last life that is now being kind of corrected for or rebalanced in this one. So it really says to me that overall the message was it's interesting because it's a guide message. It's a message about your guides that is clarifying to you that the relationship that you have between another person is karmic, in the fact that there's already been some experiences that you brought into this life around them that you're continuing to work out in, like in the past life, that you're continuing to work out in this one. Now, bottom of the deck energy. Yeah, here's the thing about it. Like, the guides are actually saying to me that there's a little bit about not going into the details is because they want you to go into it. They want you to go into it with like a clean slate. They're saying in a way, there's something about it where it feels like a little bit of that like clean slate energy, which is why you might be having a little bit of issue disambiguating between what they were trying to show you versus what you received. The feeling of having recalled it, but not actually being able to recall what it is that you are absorbing is almost very much like what we experience when we come into the present life from the past life, which is often we don't get a lot of the details around it so that we can approach something with fresh eyes. So there's almost something about them saying that something about showing you something, but then you not bringing it back was intentional, because they didn't necessarily want to skew your own opinion on it. They wanted your fresh take. Like they're like, that might come in time, but for now it's important for you to build your own context of how you're receiving that, prior to effectively remembering or recalling what it is that exists between you and them in the first place. It's like they were showing it to you. It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not so much about the contents. They don't want to skew your perception on it. They just want to let you, they were utilizing that as a symbol to help you understand the significance of the connection itself. It's a continuation of a lesson. Thank you so much, Per, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading, you can book one on my website. You can also get on the list for today to be the first one read for it tomorrow. We'll also be doing subscriber readings when we get to the conclusion of the personal reads. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the thing about it, and this is what I'm seeing, the thing about it is something about like what I'm seeing between you and that energy is, something that was a positive for one of you was potentially a negative for the other. You know what I mean? Like it keeps on giving me like some kind of pathwork of understanding, having a clarity and feeling like the shared manifestation goal. Right? Sharing what that feels like. I feel like something about this is giving you guys the opportunity to do that, because something about your connection in the past life, like, how you were connected, like I see one of you seeing it as a positive and the other person seeing it more as a point of disparity. Like that's what I keep on seeing as it relates to like I keep on hearing the invoice versus the deficit. Like it's balancing. It feels like it's like I told you, it feels like it's karmic because it feels like it's trying to balance it. I love you, Bridget. Shh, my show is on. Hi there, Hannah. Thank you, and thank you, Per, for allowing us to thank you for sharing that incredible dream, and I hope that message helped. First chapter was something financial. Second, I cannot recall at all. That's because you're writing the second chapter, right? And a lot of that feeling of financial, I keep on seeing that it says to me that there was some kind of disparity in terms of how, like, the security that you felt in the previous connection versus someone feeling like, I keep on seeing like somebody calling all the shots versus the other person feeling like they were operating in the dark, right? Like that's what I see. That's why it's interesting that you said financial, because they're saying to me that there may have been a discrepancy as it relates to status, that it was occurring in the last experience that you shared with them, right? That's like, again, someone feeling security and versus another person feeling strapped. I want to recall the second new chapter, my past person, about partnership and companionship. Again, always happy to read for you, Hardy, if you'd like to get on the list. Yes, that was the reason I was asking if I may ask this. No, I understand completely, Per. It's very cool. Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, and thank you for sharing the dream. Yes, Ash, can you, SB? So I'm going to read the list right now. We've got Nikki, Ashley, Courtney, and Tashina. That's the list I have right now. If I haven't said your name and you've sent the donation, please let me know. Please also remember the list is closed right now. And I feel like what's interesting about that right now, the thing I keep on seeing about that is they're saying like there's something about the switch in position here between you and them. It feels like a little bit of coming into this path work is like the tables being turned to a certain extent. So that's very interesting as well. You wrote the question in Venmo. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I'll pull it from there. And again, if anyone ever gets a dream interpretation from me, I would always encourage you to put the dream in the comments when you send the donation to make sure that we are like, because I know sometimes it's hard to communicate dreams over the app. You can also, if you're on our Discord, you can post it in the Discord. All right. If I said your name, so again, if I've said your name, the list I have here is Nikki, Ashley, Courtney, and Tashina. So as long as I've said your name, dear, you're on the list. If I haven't, just confirm the name, confirm where you sent the donation. I'll confirm you're on the list. Hi there, Heather. Your name's not on the list? Okay. I can you just confirm where you sent the donation, dear? PayPal, thank you. I'll confirm that now. Bear with me one moment. And I'm just pulling up Nikki's question. All right, I've got you. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, so that's a little confusing. So, all right, I've got you, Sarah. You're actually next on the list. All right, you'll be read for after Nikki. And I've got you, dear. Absolutely, no worries, Rose. Again, Rose, even if you don't claim your reading today, you can claim it on another day. You're so welcome. All right. Reading now. Hold on a minute. Just pulling up Nikki's question. I've been struggling. Okay. Okay, yep, I got an energy check on you. All right, we're doing an energetic check for Nikki right now as it relates to some uncomfortable feelings she's going through. And thank you, Nikki, for that question. Go ahead and read it. I just didn't want to type. I got it. Thank you for confirming that, Nikki. I appreciate it. Hi, I've been struggling with health and motivation at work, and I feel all this negative energy from my coworkers. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. I want an energetic check. Okay. Here's the thing about it. I'm going to tell you right now. There's something about this right now that you just I'm feeling like a lot of this is the eclipse, because I'll tell you right now, like I keep on getting the fact that this eclipse energy, we've been working through this. It's like broken mirror energy, right? There's an intensification that's happening right now. There's an intensification that's happening right now in relationality to feeling an expansive moment, right? Feeling a lot of that feeling of not feeling like you're receiving. I keep on seeing um, um, what's the word I'm looking for? The ability, like looking for external validation right now, it's distorted, right? The Venus and retrograde cycles often make it difficult to feel like we're getting external validation. It often creates that feeling of feeling heavily judged, or feeling like something is off, or feeling as something is wrong. Everybody is feeling this right now. So I want you to imagine a context where everybody is feeling like everyone is judging them, right? Everybody is feeling like it's them. And then you put everybody in the room together, and everybody feels like it's them. And it's like everybody feels energetically like awkward. Um, you know, if anything, you know, I also need to point out that a little bit of work in this context is difficult, because I see the fact that you carry a lot of Leo energy. And I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy for those with Leo placements can sometimes feel very difficult, because Leos like to Leos like to get into a space where we like to spread joy. Like, we like to spread positivity. We like to spread harmony. And sometimes this can be a little bit of a struggle point, especially during cycles like this, because when everybody's not feeling great, right? I always like to point, this is what's so difficult about Leo energy. When everyone's not feeling great, Leos always feel like, in a way, like unconsciously, Leos feel like they're failing at their job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Leos unconsciously take on the yoke. Leos unconsciously, it's like the worst thing. If you're a Leo, you know this, like in your core, you're like, I know here's the thing with Leos. Everyone, like, Leos are like, everyone's feelings are not my responsibility. But maybe I can make them happy. Like that's the thing. Like, Leos work really hard to try to remind themselves that, like, everybody's feelings are not their responsibility. But in a way, Leos feel like, in their heart, they're like, Leos have a hard time believing that's true. Like, Leos have a hard time believing that's true. Because Leos are always like, but maybe I could do something. You know what I mean? Like, here, and that's why it's really hard. If so, like, you can't be grumpy around a Leo, because Leo's like, if you're trying to be grumpy around a Leo, and Leos are like Leos are like, I just want to be grumpy. Like, okay, are you mad at me? Like Leos are like, no, but are you mad? Like, it's like, because Leos feel like they're failing at their job. Like, when someone's going around with a rain cloud, and the Leos are like, "Lee," like in the rain cloud, and someone's like, I just want to be in the rain cloud, and Leos are like, do you want a sandwich? Like Leos are like, I feel like I could get the rain cloud. Like, and so I want you to understand that, like, it's giving me the sense that everybody's got a bit of a rain cloud right now. Their rain cloud is not your fault. It's the retrograde. Everybody's got a rain cloud over their head. But and that's the thing, when Leos go around and they see everyone grumpy, Like Leos in their heart say, I'm not doing my job because my job is to make up. Like I need to shine. Like why isn't the sun reaching you? Like oh no. Like it's like it feels like it's like Leos have a hard time not taking others' grumpiness personally because it's like the sun is like, why is that cloud still there? Like what am I doing wrong? Why is there a cloud? Oh no. Like it's like, so the word that's gonna help right now is honoring feelings, is allowing everyone to inhabit the space of having their feelings right now. And it doesn't, and sometimes that can be hard for Leos because Leos are always like in that space of like kind of like wanting to raise Leos always want to raise morale it like intuitively. So I want you to understand that there's this moment is really difficult. And so the best way I want you to think about saying um, think about, is there anything I can do? You know, is there any, like, I want you to think about being supportive, but not taking, I keep on hearing, not taking another person's glumness personally, right? Because I just keep on seeing like everybody's feeling it. Like everyone's kind of going through the ropes. And sometimes it can be hard. Like honestly, like I get it too. Like the thing with Leos is we get on people's nerves because we're like little optimism engines. You know what I mean? Like it's like that space of being like, what do you have to smile about? Being like, well, smiling's a choice. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot, like it's a lot of that space that being, I keep on hearing, being energetically sympathetic, that everybody navigates this energy in a different way. Don't it's not you, right? It really does say to me it's just hard because the truth is like about this right now is, it's like there's anxiety, there's fear, and I feel like a lot of that fear, I feel like I see you kind of walking through it, and you're in a space where you carry it optimistically, and I see others that are carrying it like more. It's hard. I want you to think about it. It's like Leos are cheerful as a choice, and sometimes it's hard for Leos to recognize, or those with Leo placements to recognize that sometimes it's hard for others to choose to move into that space of positivity, right? I do want to give you a bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with that Empress energy. Um, you know, it's like the best thing you can do in situations like this is sometimes kind of like if you're feeling like that, like just give, like I keep on saying, like give a once over in relationality to reading the room, right? Like if you're feeling really enthusiastic and positive, but it seems like everybody's more somber, like, you know, don't, it's not like it's saying to me, like ask yourself what you need to do to arrive into a situation that would move others in a space of positivity. And sometimes being like energetically curious, right? Sometimes being in that space of kind of, instead of assuming, saying, is there anything, hey, you seem kind of down. Is there anything I can do? Like almost coming into that space of like, like I keep on saying, like asking if someone would like their spirits raised instead of feeling the space of feeling the obligation to do so, right? Because I keep on seeing like sometimes like I like to point out, like that's the thing, like I always like to describe sometimes when someone's in like more of a funk, like Leo's walking into a room can be like Tigger trying to get Eeyore to jump. So like sometimes being able to like honor the fact that not everybody wants to, like some people like to be in that space of just, you know, like you know, like ruminating on something. Don't take it personally. Like just allow them the space to feel content, and you can ask them if there's anything you can do to help them. You know, yeah, I was just getting Tiger Eeyore vibes. Thank you for confirmation. Thank you so much, Nikki. And I think that there's a lot of, like, I keep on hearing, it'll help you being in an energy that feels enthusiastic. Like again, sometimes Leos need to be around energy like feels supportive in that way. So if you're not finding that there, see if you can find a space where it feels like you're, someone's sharing it in the same way that you are. Thank you so much. Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Next person on the list right now is Sarah. Sarah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can book a private reading on my site. I would also like to take this time to see if there's anyone who would be willing to get on the list for tomorrow. Anyone who's willing to move their reading to tomorrow will have an additional card in their reading tomorrow when I read for you. I will be back on at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. I've got you, Sarah. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hold on a minute. In the notes. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Sarah. I got you, dear. Hold on. Just little old me of my remaking. I love that, Rose. That's a Scorpio thing if I've ever heard one. You're so welcome. All right. Aquarius energy seems off. It is off. Again, Aquarius energy right now and Pisces energy, because it's working in the space of ideals. It's hard for Aquarius right now because, again, things look really ugly. So it's going to be hard right now. It's going to be hard for Virgos. It's going to be hard for Aquarius right now. It's going to be very triggering for those with Pisces placements because a lot of energy is moving out of their house into Aries. In the notes, yep, I've got you, dear. I'm not sure if I'm meant to be on the list for my remaining. Rose, I'm reaching a point of I'm actually reading a bit of a limit today in terms of having time to read. So if you can, we can hold your reading tomorrow. I'd appreciate that. I'd like that. I'll be here. Excellent. Oh, I thought I was next. Yeah, I apologize about that, Sarah. It looks like I apologize for that. Son, Sarah was actually there before. That was my mistake. Being first and last resonates deeply. Divine timing. Tap to claim. All right. Thank you as well, Base. Yes, feeling this too. Thank you for confirmation, Lioness. Oh my God, that is so true. I feel like it's my fault. Leos can't help it. Like Leos see someone sad and they feel like they're failing at something because it's a sun. It's like, why isn't my sun reaching them? Like, oh my God, that's so true. I feel like it's my fault. Yes. I feel like that. I'm a Virgo, but on Leo cusp. Yeah, it's very hard for Leo cusp and Leo Virgo too. Because especially for those like the Virgo Leo cusp, it's like it's my responsibility to make you happy, you know. Thank you, Lioness and Per. I always feel like people's feelings are my responsibilities. It's hard, right? You have to sometimes Leos have to learn like honoring others' feelings, allowing them to be in a space that's different than yours. You know, this is me to a T, but do they need, yeah, exactly. You're like, would a hug, you're like, okay, you want to be sad. Would you like a hug while you're sad? Like, it's like, oh, would you like a hug? Would you like you can't help it. Like Leo's like, even when there's someone saying like, I just want to be sad, Leo's are like, what? Like what? You know, I'm always telling others they are not responsible, but still not releasing responsibility. Exactly. Oh my God, I recognize this with my Leo moon. Yeah, it's hard with Leo moons too. I don't like clouds. Exactly. Yeah, I literally was thinking earlier, I respect others' ability to sit in the rain cloud space. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. I can't do it. So good for them for being authentic and okay with it. Yep. So that's the thing about it. You can see if they need anything, but if they're okay, just being like, okay, they're okay. Hi there, W8. Thank you for the compliment, Cappy. I'm not sure what you mean by detox or rehab there. It's kind of like a tiger trying to cheer everyone up with random hugs. Yes, exactly. Oh my God, yes, you were. Yeah, it's exactly. So you said it as I said it. Tiger with ER. Yes, that's totally me. Like what? I want to fix this, but sometimes people don't want to. Exactly. All right, reading for Sarah right now. Sarah, I don't see the message. I just see reading. Oh, spirit-led reading. Feel very drawn. Hold on a minute. I got it now. Feel very drawn to you. Maybe there's something I need to hear. I've got you, dear. Can I please get 3 cards for Sarah? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I mean, there's something really important about this healing journey for you because they're saying to me 9 months ago, something that's happening for you would have triggered you like crazy. It would have triggered you like wild. You've been getting stronger. You've gotten a lot energetically stronger. And I just keep on seeing that there's like this is hard fought. Like I just see a situation where you've been recognizing and understanding that it's something about your path work, like coming into a path work of finding one's highest self. It isn't sometimes navigated by doing more, but doing less of something that isn't good for you, you know? Like I feel like I don't know why. I feel like you've been weaning yourself off of something, you know? It's like I feel like it's like the training wheels have come off to a certain degree. Like something that you needed, you don't know you no longer need. And that's why they're saying like you should be proud of yourself because, I feel like you've healed you've healed something that you used to have a toxic relationship to. And what's interesting about it is it's not the fact that you haven't I keep on saying you haven't removed it from your life completely, but they're saying to me that you want it now. You don't need it. Right? It's something that you could take or leave, right? And they're saying that is like, you have to give yourself credit for that because, the unhealthy the situation or circumstance wherein something is unhealthy for us is in the space that we feel like we need it, right? Like that's what we identify as a crutch, right? That's why we talk about things that are crutches because we talk about the space of feeling like we need to lean on something because we don't have this sense of strength as it relates to being able to find it ourselves. But I keep on seeing that like there's something really important here because I almost see that there's something emotionally. Again, I'm saying this. I want to stress this for those that have disability issues. When I say this, I mean emotional, spiritual crutch. I'm not talking about a tangible one because I'm seeing to a certain extent that there's something that you've been healing or getting stronger with emotionally and spiritually, specifically and particularly because you don't feel like you need it to support the self, right? It feels like I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work that you've been doing right now and trying to stand on your own. And I keep on seeing, remember, you don't have to do a big change. You don't have to do a grand gesture, baby steps, right? And I keep on seeing if there's some kind of situation or circumstance where you keep on falling back into something, remember, healing is not just stopping something entirely, it's stretching out the time between when you need it again, right? So don't get mad at yourself if you're backsliding. Don't think, I keep on hearing, don't feel like you need to restart the clock. They're saying identify that and say, okay, cool, that's how long I did that time. I wonder if I could go a little bit longer next time. You know, they're actually saying that there's something that you're healing that almost feels like challenging yourself to breathe underwater, which is like, it's not like, oh, look, I don't have to do it anymore, but like almost like stretching something out and stretching the amount of time out between the time that you do something that then amplifies the fact that, again, it's something that you choose to do instead of something that you feel like you need to do. So give yourself those baby steps right now. And if there's something that you're trying to do, or there's something that feels like it's an unhealthy attachment to something that you're trying to heal from, don't just try to cut it out entirely. They're saying stretch it out, stretch out the length of time it takes between times that you're utilizing it. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward, particularly with this Knight of Swords energy and its reversal. Don't be too hard on yourself. Don't get mad at yourself that you're not doing something as effectively as another person. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't compare, don't feel just because one person does something a certain way that you have to do it that way. If it works for you, it works for you. You don't need to feel like you're failing because you're not doing something the way that another person tells you to. Whatever, I keep on hearing, whatever works, works, right? Different strokes for different folks. Like there's like it's interesting because they're just saying it now, like there's something about you kind of freestyling right now, which is having absorbed a lot of different methods so that you can find something that feels uniquely your own. And I don't want you to feel like you're breaking a process in the like often I keep on saying like the song that surrounds someone innovating is "You're Doing It Wrong." Right? Like, you wanna remember the song that surrounds someone innovating is "You're Doing It Wrong." Like, let them say that you're doing it wrong until it works, and then you show them that it's right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sarah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. Um, but I do need to ask because I need to step away for a few minutes. So I want to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Jacob. Hi, I'm on CST. My meeting's in a few minutes, so I'll screen record. Courtney, how would you like to get on the list for tomorrow? You don't need to screen record. My partner's a Pisces. Thank you for confirmation. No Virgo, and I feel my person is a Pisces. Divine timing, love. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. I got you, dear. Okie dokie. My Leo moon feels, but my Gemini rising helps me give people space. I need to communicate on how to help. Hold on a minute. Just reading over some of the comments. Hi there, Josh and Deep. How are you doing? I appreciate you as well, Nikki. You're so welcome, Sarah. And thank you for having that reading with me. You saying that makes me understand why I couldn't open those messages. Spirit was protecting me. Sending you so much support on that journey, Frida. Sometimes, listen, we were having readings on that. Sometimes it's better not to see something if it's going to trigger us. Absolutely nailed it in all of you. I'm so glad these messages helped. Continue to do this work. Spirit sees that you're doing this. Remember, baby steps, right? You don't have to boil the ocean on this. Manage your drop. Look at, I keep on seeing incremental progress is key. I used to have a toxic relationship to hiring business mentors, and I realized I don't need it now. Again, more of the same work there, Hannah, right? Sometimes something only becomes toxic in the space that we no longer need and no longer serves us, right? So as we progress forward, we can recognize what we need versus what we don't. Have a good day, Dada. Get to work. No, you don't. Time comes with the teacher and surpasses. Again, and that's the thing. I need to point out, a good teacher understands that as well, right? We understand, like, we come to each other's lives when we need them, when we move forward as needed as well. Student surpasses teacher. Even I said teacher because ultimately you are the teacher. Exactly. I like to say we're holding each other's hands. We're helping each other on that journey together. The Pisces is feeling it again through this retrograde. Needed to hear this. You're so welcome, Takara. Working on my spiritual and religious journey, accepting my spiritual gifts instead of brushing them off. My family not understanding my spiritual journey. It's not, you don't need to explain yourself. If it works, it works. A healthy, energetic journey does not require outside validation. Rabid, thank you for the follow. Hi, okay, drop my question. Got you, Courtney. Amen, Takara. You're so welcome. They say that they will see the truth when you find it and embody it. Exactly. You don't need to be don't make an example, be the example. All right, Courtney, you're incredible. Thank you so much. So friends, I need to take a pause point. So what I'd like to ask is I'm going to come back on in about 30 minutes to continue the readings. So what we basically have right now is I've got 3 more people on the list. So for those who are on the list right now, I would like to ask, would you be comfortable for us having your reading in 30 minutes? Or if you would like to prefer to wait and have that held until tomorrow, I can add you on the list for tomorrow. I'll come back in 30 minutes. Absolutely. I will also be doing the 1-card readings in 30 minutes as well for my subscribers. Thank you for confirming, Courtney. Tashina and Ashley, can you let me know if you're comfortable with that? And for those who are subscribers, I will also be doing the 1-card readings then as well. I also would like to remind you, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spotify and over on my Substack. Excellent. Thank you for confirming. All right, perfect. All right, so Courtney, Ashley, and Tashina, I will be back on in 30 minutes, probably even sooner than that, and we will continue the readings. I'm going to be back in 32. Self-care is the way. And once I do so, we will also be doing the 1-card readings for subscribers. I want to thank you guys so much for being here. I will be back on shortly, and we will continue the readings for today. For those who have become subscribers right now, I would also encourage you can head over to our subscriber-only Discord, introduce yourself. My meeting will be done in 30 minutes. There you go. Divine timing. We're working through it today. All right, my friends, I'll be back on shortly and we will continue with the readings. Thank you guys so much. And I will talk to you in just a few. Alignment, tap to claim. See you soon.